burger. And a boy is a burger. Investigate your behavior, no behavior still is a burger. Accusations against the PM of our nation. Who to believe, fears the proof is it back of fiction. We must know the truth, set an inquiry in motion. If it's a plan, ask like your position. I say help them Lord, for they know not what they've done. But if it is true, Mamo, that you are a Macwell, will be unto you to do, serve the rebel.
Well. What better way to start with Ghosts? To start with a song way back in 1994. It was actually singing Neighbor. I just want to say good evening to you, Kelly the Ghost Williams.
Did you see the man on the TV? He said, Mamo is a burger. Hello is a burger. Well, right now, the man on the Facebook, What's up, Cecil?
I'm doing great. I'm doing fine. And I'm happy that I could have you again in the studios of DBS Radio. You realize earlier on, just when I was about to start for 7 o'clock, I played a beautiful song from Colin Davis talking about the Almighty and to give praise unto the Almighty.
Not only that one, it was a beautiful one. But I think I started listening to you from Frank Sinatra, coming all the way down.
So that meant from the very beginning of the program.
Right, from yes. Frank Sinatra, New York, and coming all through the rest. So, Sunday night music, especially for old people like me.
Old people like you. Yeah. I wonder what my parents would say then if you're calling yourself old.
I'm in the league,
You in the league?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I'm maybe not looking like that.
But you're in the league.
I go to school with a lot of them.
All right. So, Kelly, we're here this evening to talk about life in the Lakou. And what I would like to do tonight is to extend that life, not just in the Roseau scenario, but outside of the Roseau scenario. I really want us to have a very good discussion, a very good talk, and to really help many people who have not understood clearly, what the life was in the Lakou.
In the Gualaku.
In the Gualaku, yes. People like you didn't live in the Gualaku.
Well, I check in Dominica as the Gualaku.
Okay, you're talking Dominica as the Gualaku.
The real big yard.
Now, Kelly, what I normally ask people to do when they get onto the program, I think which you are aware of, is to give a background of information of who they are, the people that they're associated with, their siblings, their parents, people that they worked with to really help them to be where they are in this present period.
Well, Curtis, I wonder what it is about me that Dominicans don't know. But I'll still try to let them know. Rascally, of course, just another Dominican who loved Dominica so much, in spite of the fact that all my friends, almost all of them, leave and go out to what they call greener pastures. I never really got the urge to go out there and live my country. That's how much of a Dominican I am up to today. And even sometimes up to now, I think I haven't had a passport for the last 20 years. So
are you saying that you have not been out of Dominica the last 15 years?
Definitely. Well, the last time I cannot remember when last I left Dominica. And that's because not that I cannot come or leave, because even your good family out there on the other side, Derek and David and the rest, they tried to get me out of here for quite a number of times. And somehow I never really feel like going. I have my children out there and they would really like to do like all the others, make me get a green card. But rather my green country, I don't need no green card. I stay in my green country, so
I've never heard that one.
yeah, no, I rather my green country for real. You know,
Than the green card.
You see, is a certain level of independence as we go along. When you go out there, Cecil, I travel a lot, you know. Growing up, even, I don't know if you know about federal maple, federal palm.
Come on, man.
Yeah. You
my
know,
my adopted father was by the bay, you know.
Oh yeah, right. So we travel a lot on that. It was just about $8 and $7. You go up, you go down up and down the islands, 2 Converse in your bag, 2 Levi's, and half a dozen T-shirts, and you're on the federal maple, federal palm. What we are doing is cruising, and we didn't know, you know. You know, we're actually cruising up and down the islands. Every day you get up, you're in a different port, and you go up, you come back down, you make a lot of friends. You know, but even out in terms of the bigger countries, Canada, we used to go from Canada, then go down to Labor Day, and then fly across to Notting Hill Carnival. We used to do that a lot in our younger days because it was relatively cheap, and the world was innocent, and you didn't have this terrorist thing. You have to be searching. You come, you take your bag, and you move. Because most of the time you go in those countries, there it would be around festival times, Caribana, then Labor Day, then Notting Hill Carnival, and you just go through airports without no hustle because the world was still innocent, you know, and you could travel all about. But one of the reasons I never really go out much after that, I hate to go by people home and they have to put you on their bed to sleep and they sleeping on a couch. In the and I hate sleeping in people's bedroom on their bed too, you know. So that one of the reasons after a while, if I cannot go in the hotel, very very close friend, at home okay for me, you know. So for the longest while, as I say, I haven't had a passport, and I don't know when I'll have one. My partner Hunter is right in the middle of it if I need one, but except it's for an emergency, Cecil, I love my country.
I can imagine. I
love my country. I love everything I do in my country. All dogs in my area know me. They know who to back, who not to back. I don't want to go any place. In fact, there I used to have a problem too, especially in New York. Every time they have to call me and ask me if I close the door, if I close the window, if I close this. And I live in a home where at that time the key had seized in the door. It's so they used to open and close. The key had actually seized in the door on Bath Road. And then I go in another country, and every 10 o'clock they have to call me, you close the door? Because I would open the door, go outside and walk out, you know? I mean, I'm not scared of anything, and they would command me the door lock, and why did you leave it open? And then every minute calling me, you there, you home? I can't take that.
Just hearing that, what you're saying, Ghost, it looks like your parents had a difficult time with you growing up.
No, I want to say that I was lucky. I grew up with my mother. My mother was a terrorist. And when I tell you terrorists, you know those people there when they, you have to be on the right track always. Because at 4 o'clock, everybody would know my mother reach home if we're not there. Because at about 4:15, they would hear us crying. Because you get a lash for not being at home, or you leave, or somebody tell her. But on the other side with my grandfather, that's downtown in the bakery, like Bullheads, my grandfather really didn't care if we're there or we're not there. So we have 2 homes to juggle between. When you don't see us with my mother or my mother, and maybe at that time we're under the bridge bathing or under power bathing. But when I get to him, I'll say I was by daddy. And if daddy don't see me, I was by my mother. So we could play a good game. So it was, although my mother was a terrorist, we knew we'd learn how to work it out. If we know our mother was going to get vexed with us when we return, we'd go on the bayfront just under the BS there. And you come home with about a dozen kawang. So by the time she opened, well, let's sort it, and she see the kawang, it going to let's sort it. Yeah. So you develop ways to counter all those things, you know, in growing up. And of course I grew up and bring there. We grew up when Dominica was still innocent too. You know, we could do what we want. We could play a whole on High Street there. You could play a 10 innings peak game before the next vehicle come. That's how we grew up. It was so free. I mean, I grew up when the ministry was where traffic is now. That's where the ministry was. I can remember that being built where traffic is. It was Public Works was where the Wasco is now. So that was basically the government compound. The Wasco came after. You had where Inland Revenue was the first building, and then they built the other piece, and that's where the Attorney General, basically almost the whole of, we only had a few ministers in those times. It was about 21. So that's where the ministries began until we went downtown to where it is now.
You know what you're saying? It's the very first time many people are actually hearing that. Yeah. Did not know that where the present Inland Revenue is, that the ministerial building was actually there, and Public Works would have been where the Wasco is. I know many persons are not aware of that. So that really speaks of your age.
Yeah, definitely.
Because we know that the ministerial building would have been built way back in the early 60s, mid 60s. So that gives an idea of how old you are.
Well, in the Lakou, I see when ministry, the headquarters, we're not talking about financial center, it's yesterday that built.
Yeah, yesterday that built.
I know when that built. I know the Princess Margaret Hospital. We are getting tongue that up note now. You know, so
police station.
Right, police station. I see that built. That was Patty Runfather was the mine, how you call it, the steel man, the steel bender. And we used to, as little boys, go and do little things and get our little money. We work with him. I work with him on Cicero Hotel too. So, and then even the bank now, which is NBD on the Bayfront.
Oh, hold on, I think we're going a bit too fast. Let's reverse a bit. You're giving us some good information here, reference some of the structures that you would have seen built. Because many of us tend to think that these buildings are almost 80 years old and so on. But based on what you're saying to us, that they were built somewhere 55 years ago, 50 years ago. So let's reverse a bit, go back a bit, and let's start to speak about on High Street where the government building was actually situated. Help us to have a greater or better understanding and better appreciation of what was there.
Yeah. Well, as I said, because in those days, there too, almost everybody walked to work. Okay, Cecil. There's a spot under the traffic now where only about 6 vehicles could park. Then I can remember the Attorney General. The last one to work there, I think, was Leo Austin. So it's only about 6 vehicles used to park there, and maybe 2 in the yard. Today, when you go around there, you see the whole area like a car park. Public Works had a few Land Rover Jeeps, which you used to have that kind of little button you press in to start it. And we used to that's where all of us learned to drive. On a Sunday, while we would know if the security girlfriend come. When the security girlfriend come around, you're not working anymore, we know. You know, we used to monitor well enough. So if the security working...
Tell us how you do.
No, that's where we play our cricket, our football, everything. And we're always waiting to go and, take a little drive around the place. In those days, a vehicle would pass every 10, 15 minutes, half an hour. So the roads used to be basically clear. We used to know where he's sitting. And if his girlfriend or whoever it is, wife, bring a little, what we used to call the carrier. When the carrier come and they go, we know we free up for the next 2-3 hours. And we would take those vehicles and go all through gardens, all Monbruce. And we only stopped that when once one of the Jackson brothers coming down towards the last corner in Monbruce, he forgot he had to turn the wheel.
But when you say we, who are you talking about?
Myself and the early Aaron brothers, and Cecil, couple people that not alive now. And who left and went away, but you had Sly, Randy, Aaron, Patty, and those were before us. You had people like, we call him Harry, that is Cuthbert Williams, Eric Zay. All those people there, they were before us, couple years before us. But then we were the troublesome ones really used to do those things. Then you go across the Savannah, the Emmanuel brothers, Koi, Koi. I see when I pass there, I see Koi right now. We stayed away for a good while. So you had Herminus, Lofty, all those people there. Then you had the Peters, Carl Peters, Boomsy. A lot of those people not around now. A lot of them, at least in my generation, is their grandchildren and so that around now. Well, you see there, and even then, well, at that time, we had the Dominica Club, which was called the White People Club. And
Was it really a white people's club?
except for one black man who used to be there, was Fountain. That's for La Falaise. That's Fountain.
Okay, yes.
Because he played a Fortune.
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 It's a Fortune.
Fortune was basically from the Union Club. The Union Club had people like Brinsley, Fortune. It had black people there. But the Dominica Club was strictly white people. And Fortune was there because he was a very good tennis player. And the white people would want him to play with them.
And Brinsley Charles himself.
Brinsley, right. So basically it was white people with... they even had
How
people-
heavy? Sorry, how heavy would have been considered white or
Avis,
black? Yes.
Kulewayayay, you know, Avis was he was like Boomsy and the rest. He was just clear skin. I mean, Avis was just somebody loving his sports and, you know, early radio from the early time. He was always on radio with Jeff Charles and those fellas in the sports. But the White People Club was basically for white people, people who work here under, remember, we were British. And you had a lot of white people representing the British because in those days we were not smart enough, quote unquote, and we were not educated enough to hold certain positions. So the Queen sent her people down to work, and from the administrator down, Loveless and all of them in the house we fix up there. So it's those people who used to basically control. And then you had the you'd call them the little slave boys. You'd see them running up and down taking balls for the white people while they play. I used to be one of them. It was 25 cents an afternoon. And at the end of the week, if you make 6 on a Saturday morning, you draw $1.50. You're big. And I tell you, you're big. You can buy O. Henry. You can go, you don't want to go to Pit. You can go to House. That kind of thing, you know. But it was a white people club, basically white people, little white children, and everybody working inside the black people, the yard boy, the barman, and yeah. You know, so it didn't used to look racist. Because I cannot remember ever having any racist remark. In fact, the people used to like us around there, you know. They used to like us. You know, I don't know if they used to put it on, but I cannot remember experiencing any kind of racial, you know.
And not far away from the Dominica Club, you had the governor's house. Give us a little background information about that.
The governor, that was, before governor, it was what?
Administrator.
Administrator. Well, when you grow up in the area there, we could call it yard boy, the gentleman in charge of the yard. He was also from Mr. Jackson, the Jacksons and them father.
Kello's father, right?
Kello's and them father.
Mm-hmm.
He was the gardener. So, and he knew all of us. So it was a free up for us to also to be in the yard there whenever. There were mango trees, two mango trees and one grafted. And we could access it, at certain times. Because if he's there, he almost like our father too. And I mean, the amount of mango that used to be under the tree, back and forth. And we used to use it as a shortcut too. You come up across by the rules, and you go across and you come right across. You could either go back to the cemetery or come straight to where the school wasn't there at the time. The primary school. Actually, there were the school gardens there. The school gardens, you had about 2 or 3 schools with gardens there. In those days, the schools in town used to have a garden, and that's where it was until they built this and the primary right there. It used to be the school gardens. Boys' school, I think boys' school. Then you had the Roseau, what's its name? Chateau, we used to call it. Chateau, and also had a grammar school also. Everybody had a little plot they're doing there. Unfortunately, a lot of the schools had plots there, but we in High Street used to enjoy most of the produce. You know it is as little boys. We next door, so everything that
So that is before the defense forces came there.
Yes, it's after that they put the defense force there.
Okay.
Yeah, the defense force.
But would you remember the life then in that period of the administrator or the governor?
The administrator, governor, those people basically, I mean, they didn't need to mingle that much, except, again, now and then you would see them come to the Dominica Club because it was there. I remember all that was part of the British contingent working here. I had a connection with the governor's house, or I would even say before the governor, before we became independent, in that our bakery was just down the road. And whenever they had anything to bake, that's where they would bring it. So we had a connection, me, Bollards, and the rest had a connection because sometimes whatever it was they brought, we'd probably have to deliver it for them when it's cooked. And I can tell you sometimes we used to have some good times. The governor has his Christmas cake or some cake, and when they take it to the bakery, from one cake, each of us could probably get a cake. Because sometimes they wouldn't understand, and not only from the governor, you baking a cake and you want your cake full, and they would actually fool the cake pan with the batter, not realizing that the cake has to rise. And now for it not to overflow, we would have to take it all the way down to half. So sometimes we get in more cake than they get. And it's not about stealing their cake, because if you don't take it out, it will just go up and then just overflow and go flat. And we know in that what we would do is to make sure that doesn't happen by taking it half out of it, and they will still get a full cake, what they were expecting. So I grew up eating a lot of cake because of that. And growing up in Roseau in the middle of the bourgeoisie, of course, although a lot of them had their little stone ovens in their backyard, when come to Christmas and those times, the main ovens like Willie, well, we gone through that already, the ovens in around Roseau, starting from all the way up to Million and all the rest of them. We gone through that on my first, when I was in the first Lakou. You know, so I grew up right among the bourgeoisie, and we used to enjoy a lot of what they had, because when they come, as I said, if the cakes, sometime during Christmas, I would have 2-3 dozen cakes sharing around the place. Bollard would have his own, my father would have enough. So I cannot say I grew up. On one side, it was a struggle by my mother, but by my grandfather, we had excess of everything because of the bakery.
No, I just want to say that there are some people on Facebook already saying hi to you, Ghost. Alicia Griffith says hi. Roma Douglas, she says congratulations. She's in Antigua locked in. And also we have some Mafaroye, is that? Yes, good evening, watching from New York City.
I wonder if that's the Maf I know.
Oh, Martina Roy.
Okay.
She said that it is true what Ghost is saying. Whenever you're going out, you have to lock your house. You have to lock your door, you know. And she laughed. No, Ghost. I just want to tell the callers, let's hold back the calls because I see the telephone is ringing all night now. I just want to say to the callers that we will take in your calls in the next 45 minutes. So let's let Ghost say what he has to say. No, Ghost. In reference to the St. Mary's Academy, and if you realize what I'm doing, I'm building up the communities. In reference to St. Mary's Academy, the early days of the St. Mary's Academy, what can you tell us about it?
SMA early days, and we're talking when I went to school, talking about people like Gordon Henderson, Michaud. It was really a Catholic school. Today, to me, it's not what it was before, because it was basically strictly brothers. It's after you started having people, locals starting to teach, but in the beginning it was really a Catholic school. I went to school in the where it is now. That's just after they left the small on the Mon.
Yes, where the primary school is of the St. Martin.
I didn't go to school there. Soon after when they built the one, St. Gerard's Hall, that's where I went to school. And SME, well, not only SME, school in those days was a kind of regimental. And when I went to school, you had people like Brother Jermaine and a set of... we used to believe that some of the brothers were racist. And we had one or two that were actually racist, I can remember. Because even then, when I left school, it was because of, I figure, a racist... You know, one of the brothers that he was racist, and he tackled. We had an encounter, and even in those days, there having a white person trying to belittle me, or I don't know why it was. It was natural. And I didn't accept it, and we had a little, not a scuffle. I warned him. I tell him, you know something, you can't live for me, so I'll live for you. I'd already left. In those days, we had sixth form college. We had sixth form. He didn't have a college. So I was in sixth form, but I used to come to SMA. We used to move to convent sometimes for certain classes. Sometimes you'd stay in SME, and there are times when you have a free period. And I can remember a free period in the library. For quite a while, I was also the librarian because I love to read. And that's where you could get free newspapers to read. And something happened. It wasn't me, but he figured he could pick on me and try to get me to snitch on whoever it was, which I didn't intend to do. And knowing that he was kind of racist for certain things that had happened already, I stood up to him, and in the end, I said, you know something? And so that's how I left school. Well, I at least not going back to SME, because you could do the rest of your A-levels and so without having to go there, because most of the subjects I was doing, we used to go around, you do one in grammar school or two in grammar school. That's how it was. It was about the shortage of teachers in those days. So wherever the teacher was, the sixth form students would have to go there, whether it's in convent or DBS or DGS or SME. That's how it was in those days. Because all we had was four secondary schools, we had. The whole four of them, 2 boys, 2 girls, the whole 4 of them were in town. In those days, if you had to go to high school, you had to find yourself in the hostel, or how you did not, Cecil, when you came down living by some family member during the week, and on Saturday morning take your truck.
Fortunately for me, my mother lived in town.
Well, you're one of the lucky ones. Yeah. So when you come down, you didn't have to go back up every week.
Every week.
Nah. So that's how it was, and it used to be a good thing, because we made a lot of nice friends from the country. Met a lot of good people that you could actually go back to the country and spend a weekend with and enjoy the country life. So that's how it was.
I want to come back to that, about that country life. It's important that we make that relation between students from the country coming to town and how you all were able to build that relationship to even find yourself going to the country. Now, let us look back again and going more south of High Street, and that is to say into Newtown, the Savannah. What was the life like now?
Savannah life. We grew up with all the opportunities a young person could want. If you grow up in my area on High Street, you had the botanical gardens there, at the back, or what we used to call at the back. The gardens, that's where the orange groves and the grapefruit and the shadek and the mango, everything was there. So that was our playground. And then higher up Monbruce, in those days, there maybe about 2 people had vehicles going up Monbruce. And Monbruce also had a whole lot of mangoes, and because it's bourgeois kind of setting that was there in those times. We had where the police school is there now. You had a whole lot of mango trees up on that, and some buildings from long ago that used to be there. They're still there now. And you also had where that was turned into the Prime Minister house, where the Prime Minister used to live. Then you have the ruins of where I think DBS used to be there. In the ruins there, those buildings were still there when I was growing up. And then further up, you had what you call the PS, a whole mountainside of cashew nuts, and what you call an experimental station, agricultural experimentation style station up on Monbruce also. So we had a good, just about anything we want to eat is just go out and hunt. And then you come down to Newtown, in front of Suki and the boiler, every young man had a roll of casgots and nowhere to get vete. You know what's a vete?
I'm trying to. that is the worm, vete worm. Earthworm. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, yes.
And that's what your casgot, roll of casgots and your earthworm, and you fix. So all day long, the Savannah used to have people playing cricket. Well, in Harlem, it was strictly football. We played a little cricket, of course, but it was strictly football. That's why Harlem was so strong in football. So from Newtown, I can remember Newtown life, nightlife, a lot of little cabaret around the place. You know what's a cabaret? The little rum shops.
After all.
Because remember, it was a lot of fishermen in those areas there.
Take the guag.
Right. You hardly see that now. Well, those things, all those things there, they changed. They are on a different level now. You know, so you had a little speakeasy, all in little yard where you could go in and get your. That's what it was all about. And
but you also had that in Newtown, that ACS distillery.
You had
you can give us a little
factory,
description. Yeah, give us a little description of that place.
The factory, that is where at first it used to be lime. Just as Buffet State. They used to actually make lime juice and cordial. Cordial was the word?
Cordial.
Cordial?
Yes,
right.
That's for if you have fever and... Is that what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, and from the lime juice.
Codol.
Not codol.
It's cordial.
Cordial, we used to call it. That's it's like the oil from the lime.
Yes.
That is what they used to export. Yeah. So that used to happen in Buffet State and also happen in the factory in Newtown. And after that, they changed to cocoa, where they used to dry cocoa. I think what they have there now is some kind of agricultural shop or something. I think I see there, but they used to dry cocoa there, ACS. They used to have them big vats where the people would come and the cocoa would be in those vats until they would wash it, dry it, and as to where it used to go to, I don't know. But that's what it was until, well, I think it was after David, I think those things started to change. After David, they had the cocoa there, ACS. That was before Julia, Timothy. In those days, that was before. So the factory was always there operating too. That was an area where a lot of people were employed. Newtown people were employed. And then you also had the rules higher up. That's where the church was built, the Fatima Church. There were estates inside there also. And all those were places where young people used to just go and lime and eat naturally. Sometimes you would say it is plagiarism, but I think it was the hunting spirit in us that used to just want to go out and get things to eat. You know how natural man living. And in those days there you didn't have conkers. It had tablet and those things, but then you had to have money. But when you take your catapult and it didn't have a sack. So we'd get a quarter pant leg, tie one end, and that was the haversack.
And you put a rope inside of it and you have a haversack.
For a year. You have your haversack and you go out, and when you come back, it's either mango or kashima or sour, so whatever it is. You're going on hunting. It's all about living. To me, that's what it was. It's about living. It wasn't going and steal. Man made to eat, and it was like a work. We go out there and we I don't know if it's pillage or what, but we used to make sure we get food to eat, to come back. And fruits, which today we're learning what it was all about, but those were the things that make us strong. And if we had continued that and stopped going towards the back and neck side after a while, probably some of us would still be alive.
And even during that period in the Newtown area, we saw it in the 70s, where guys were actually live in your parents' home and go to the heights,
No, well, that was when we come to another stage in life.
Yeah.
After all the nice time and the gun mouth and pointed to and those things, we get that kind of consciousness, And again, and I think a lot of that consciousness started in the high schools, I can tell you that SME played a part in that. Because of the literature we had started getting and reading, things like Grandma from Cuba. Somehow we were getting those things there, and we started reading things from Walter Rodney and those people and getting more progressive. And then we had the leftist people, if I can call them that, the socialists, those who came back from university like Para, Wiltshire, and, even Ron Green. And that consciousness hit us in terms of our blackness. Let me put it like that. So that is where it started. And some of us, right from school self, man live and go up in the hills, right from school, some young people. And Newtown, of course, you could say it was one of the headquarters there, because remember, most of the Rasta up in the Jordan Heights and across Baleen and those places. And Honey Church was actually staying, going up to Jordan. So, that's how we end up in the middle of all those things, So the consciousness came to us, that was somewhere in the 70s. Yeah, and Harlem, a lot of up to now, I mean, Big Brother Y is still there, Big Brother Y is still there, and it's testament to the people of the young men of Harlem in terms of consciousness. Only today, Cecil, not too long, a couple of years back, I was on the Bayfront in Newtown. And we had a set of guys there, and I talking to them as usual, and I was showing them, look, while all you crying things hard, the sea doesn't have any boundary. And all you sitting down there taking sea breeze whole day, and the sea ain't got boundary, and all you crying, man. Put all yourself out on the sea. Nobody can tell you this is my own, this is not my own. And I spread that thing in Fokole too. Stop crying and look this sea there. And believe me, today Fokole have some come, some go. But when you go down Fokole, you see the guys now and how they right now it's $8 and $10 and $12 a pound. And I always showing them, if it's Paru money you like, people, they like to work and get money one time. You go and fish. At the end of the day, when you come in, almost all fish selling. So it's Paru money you're talking about. You work today, you get your money today. And I think they enjoyed it. And today you have quite a lot of young men. Even when you go up to Harlem now, I see quite a lot of young men fishing.
I must say to you though, Ghost, as we are speaking, I'm looking at Facebook. I'm seeing that Derek Man say, wow, very interested. Glenn the Castle say, good night to you, Kelly.
That is my lady.
Right. And Pinard, I'm trying to get the name.
Astrid,
Astrid Pinard.
Well,
yes.
Astrid Pinard. You know the Pinards?
Yes.
Well, Astrid is the big sister.
She said she's in St. Martin. She said she's in St. Martin.
Yeah, Astrid is the big sister to Marcella.
And Marina Simon.
Marina.
See, I'm trying to get. I need to get closer.
You have glasses.
No, my glasses is not for distance. All right, Marina.
It's Marina.
Yeah, Marina. She said, good evening to the manager of DBS Radio, Cecil Joseph, and my Mr. Kelly, the Ghost Williams. And she said also good evening to Bryn. No, Kelly. While you're speaking of the gardens, many times we forget Underpower, we forget the University of the West Indies building, which played a critical role in, I think, electricity in Roseau. You can maybe help us with this one.
I actually saw the end times of that. Desmond Trotter, his father, was the person, the engineer actually operating the power station there. That's why we call it Underpower, That was the power station, and that is the main building of the UWE, That was converted into that. But that building was the power station. That's why we used to call the Basset, how we call it, the Basset under the cliff there, Underpower, because the power station was where UWE is now, the UWE local campus. That part too is only the power station was there. That was almost like a jungle. Nothing else but that. And then the little house, there's a little house when you turn to go up to Emzol. That was where he stayed. And basically not only he, at one time, Mr. Lander, who used to work in the gardens, used to live there also. That was all that was there at the time. And of course, the wall that Afi tried to let us believe we couldn't mash up. That little wall there and a whole lot of zing-zing. That was how it was. It used to look like a place where after 6 o'clock, it's only Sukuya that used to be around there. Until, we defy Afi and we break the wall and build a new wall. And today you can see the difference. Well, people, I know how it was, and those my age know how it was, but quite a lot of development in that area there. Quite a lot of development. Even then, in the area there, we didn't have grammar school there, and as a youth man, we didn't have grammar school there. There was just limes and everything else. So I saw I'm not talking about the new grammar school, Remember, I see grammar school in Tong,
The one that they demolished recently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can remember that being built because grammar school was down my road, Great George Street, where the university is now. That's where grammar school was. And I think the Chateau, where the Wesley High School is there. I went to school in Chateau.
Why it was called Chateau?
Chateau, really, the house was like a chateau. Remember Chateau, but you had the linguist with you.
Yes.
Not too long ago, and you were speaking an English patois. So Chateau is what we are calling Chateau. Over time, things just evolve, but it's actually a chateau. You check in the steps and how it was built in the French style. So it was a chateau. But we used to call it chateau because of the way we speak. But that's where I went to school, well, that was I don't know if Bryn did the same thought too, from mixed school to Roseau Girls School to Chateau.
Well, good night, Ghost. It's a pleasure to be back with you again. I made the tour from the mixed school to the Roseau Girls School to the Chateau and then to the grammar school. Yeah. But just before you talk about Bath Estate, Bonto.
Bonto, I think he's still there,
no, Bonto died. You had Bonto who worked at the lime factory. And then you had a woman they called Titing, who, because there where Bath Estate was a lime, that's where they grew limes. And I remember going there with Bonto as a young boy going to the mixed school. And I remember the women were collecting their limes there. So that in itself was quite an experience as a young boy, because you'll have to pass on the Spring Bridge to go across there.
And where the housing scheme is, there were all limes.
Limes.
There is still a little wooden house just after Calypso house.
Yes, Zina is.
That house still there.
Yes, it's still there.
And to me, it has something about that house I love from the time, and I just don't know why. That little house there. At one time, I was wishing I could just go and buy it, and leave it how it was. That was the only little house there until you go all the way up to Emsall. Mm-hmm. So it was strictly limes with a whole lot of galba. The galba was actually the windbreak. The galba was the windbreak for those, the trees from hurricanes and those things. So it was galba. That's why up to now you have Galba Grove. They keep the name. And then under the limes you'd probably have a few animals and those things. So all those areas where we could go and harvest limes and bring home.
Because some people would have forgotten, or not forgotten, memory. The generation of today would not have known where the Alliance Francaise is. There was this gentleman, I think Mr. Tuit, having his cows and so in that area.
Yeah.
As a true family man at that time, right. Mr. Tuit, actually had his cows there, rearing his cows there for his family.
Right, but again, where the grammar school was or is now, you had people dumping rubbish there. That was called Cowtown. And we had a lot of pigs there.
Cecil, Cowtown was a place I couldn't understand, because you have people living, and that's why people don't understand what poverty is. We haven't got poverty in Dominica again. And Bryn will know that when you go Cowtown, you would see liquor shacks maybe 8 by 8. And then you have another 8 by 8 right beside it with about 2-3 pigs and the more, and and a cow there, the cow pen.
Roseau?
Yeah, man. People
right
living there.
Where we end up with the
stadium?
Stadium.
Yeah,
now.
Man.
There was a Windsor Park, but then part of it was Cowtown. That's the higher part of it. And it was almost like people, cows and pigs were living together. And I will tell you, people, you see Fokole on the hill? That's when they took those people that were living in Cowtown, that is where they moved them to Fokole. And today, when you look up Fokole, 5 generations, sometimes when I pass, I look at it, I say, see that? From Cowtown, 5 generations, and you've seen some massive buildings on the hill now, but those are people that actually, their generation came from Cowtown. And Cowtown was really what the name saying, Cowtown.
I need you both. I need both of you all to give a description of that place, because as you said, Ghost, that was real poverty where people and animals were actually living together.
Living together.
Give us
rubbish. When they were excavating to build the stadium, you could see some of the old drink bottles,
Yeah,
unearthed
so
there.
drinks.
Yeah, because at the time people they would buy the
It was a dump too. It was a dump.
It was
It was like people were living in the dump with the animals. That's what it was.
And they were living. Some of them were living on the dump.
Right yourself.
Right there. So the dump was a source of resource for them.
Yeah.
So when you hear people talking about poverty, I sometimes just ask myself what they really mean.
And that was like a few years ago. That's like 50 years ago, 60 years ago.
Yeah, man. That's
Less than 60 years.
No, that is in the 50s,
Yeah, well,
late
50s,
50s.
late
50s,
Late
60s.
50s.
Yeah.
Yeah, late 50s.
And
By the 60s, I think they had already taken them off and give them Fokuli on the hill. Most people had already, when they started in Fokuli, is little shacks people build, When they took them off from there, they built a whole lot of little shacks, and over the years, shack turned to what it is now.
Right. But I also remember where I used to go there, and there used to be an area where they would dig a hole and put the needles that they use at the old hospital.
Yeah.
They would put them there,
Yeah, it was the dump. It was the dump. It was
for
the
all
first
medical
dump in
waste.
Roseau. Yeah, so medical waste and everything, that's
Was
where
there.
it was. And like you see in a lot of, probably I shouldn't even say a place like India where you see people actually living on the dump, in the dump cell. That's what it was.
That
But
was what-
then it used to be living in squalor, really living in squalor. People living there and the pigs on the other side. And then, what government it was now?
It would have been Baron.
It was in those days
Yeah,
there,
those, yeah.
Baron, before EU.
Before you.
It was before EU.
The
And so
50s.
took them and put them up on the hill
On
in
the hill in
Fokuli.
Fokuli.
And that's where Fokuli, actually, the residential part of Fokuli started. Because remember, all we had going all the way down from the bridge going down is just guava fields, all the way from the church, from the time you leave the ice factory. And the ice factory is where 8 Bank, the banana houses, that's where ice factory was. When you leave that, and then of course you had Leo, Emmanuel, in that area there in those times with dumb fruit. Around those times, they're dumb fruit. And then from there, all going to Fokuli, all you had were guava fields.
Right. But let me tell you something about the ice factory. My father was the foreman of the ice factory because that's where you went to get your ice to make your ice cream.
In
But
the
it was
tub.
also a storage for chicken, fish, everything. You store there. So there were 2 sections. One place where they put the ice and the other where you had the cold storage, which they call the cold storage means that's where you keep your meat products. And so I used to see them actually make the ice there. And they had the big chain pulling, they put the water in and put it down inside that hole and they pull it up and then they push the ice into the little hole there. Yeah.
And I used to have to leave High Street and go all the way down there to get a pound or 2 pounds of ice.
Yeah.
To put in the tub, to spin it, to make ice cream.
I did the same thing because, Ghost, my mother was making ice cream. So that was my work too.
Well,
to go and get ice to spin tub.
Sandra Sayer says she's listening from Tarish Street, and she spoke about that Breen as a past student at the Goodwill Junior High School. I think
I taught her.
Specifically she said that you were part of teaching her at the Goodwill Junior High School. Jerry Chewitt, a good friend of mine, we went to school together. He's in St. Martin. He's also saying that he's watching. Now Goose. We saw I didn't. You all saw the building of the Princess Margaret Hospital coming from the hospital in
Roseau.
Roseau.
Roseau, yeah.
What was the name of that hospital in Roseau?
All I know is the old hospital.
The old hospital, we call it.
Really? No, you say that. All I know it was the old hospital.
Well, that's how we call it. That's where I was born.
Yeah.
I was born in the hospital.
That's where we had everything. That's where we used to go buy shawarma and ram shawarma, right?
Yeah.
And wash your teeth. That kind of thing.
Yeah, so-
But all I know, Cecil, now you're saying that we must, somebody know, let us know, because I always know it as the old hospital.
That's how I know it too.
Yeah.
And then when they decided to build the Princess Margaret Hospital, Goodwill was almost like a ghost town. It was like an
All
estate.
bush.
It was all bush.
Well,
Cane,
all bush,
mango,
Again, guava fields.
guava fields, potato fields.
Yeah.
That's how it was.
So you mean the entire Goodwill area?
the upper
the
Goodwill,
whole-
the whole
yeah.
thing was an estate.
Because your good friend Bobby told me his father's house was one of the first houses in the area of Winston Lane.
Yeah, I think that's where he was living not too long ago, at one time. He was actually living there because the brother, I think, is the owner. I haven't seen that brother for a while, but the brother, I think, was the owner or part owner.
So two of you can tell the listening public about what Goodwill was like.
Well, no, for instance, some people living in Fonkole, there was the Kai Potter.
Like
The
long
Kai-
house.
That was a big house there where the
Where the
Pentecostal
Pentecostal
church.
church is there now, right?
That's where people lived, and those people were moved to Fonkole as well. Because quite a number of people were living in that big house in there. So that was something else with mangoes and covers.
That's why they're not Pottersville.
That's why. Yeah. So we saw quite a bit of things in growing up.
Yeah, and Shoplin. I live in Shoplin for a while. Shoplin is just above the Pentecostal too, obviously, Shoplin. I lived there with an auntie for a while. Not. The thing is, in those days, their family members, it was the extended family. So I ended up living there because we had there. It had a mango tree in the yard. And that in itself was a motivation for anything. So, and if you're there and it get late, you can sleep and they know why. Although in those days they didn't have telephone, but if I say I go in by auntie, whatever, and those people at home. So I live in Shoplin for a short while, if you can call it that, in Shoplin there. But I think Bryn and myself, we saw Goodwill. I see Goodwill build. Yeah, a lot of Goodwill, a lot of the homes.
And I would imagine that you all would have seen the old and the new bridge. And the new bridge been built.
And the old bridge.
And the old bridge been built.
I see New Bridge.
I saw New Bridge.
I
Old
see
Bridge
New
was there.
Which is now, what you calling the new one now?
The Scared Bridge?
It have a name now?
I remember scary.
You know the Friendship Bridge.
The Friendship
Friendship
Bridge
is way west.
Yeah. Then
Yes.
the old bridge
Well,
which we have now.
Then the new bridge,
It's the new
which
bridge.
is the new bridge.
Then Scared Bridge.
Which Scarrett was built, I think, for some
Yeah.
$18 million.
Yeah, the Scared Bridge.
Yeah, and then you had the other bridge.
Because
the
the
Ioli Black.
the Isilo Black.
Isilo
Black
Black
Bridge.
and then you have the Chinese.
No, all what we had was the old bridge where the Isilo Black Bridge
Bridges.
is there now, the old bridge.
No, that old bridge had a history.
Not too long I was looking at a picture of it, What history it had really? No, it's the only one we had. I know I lost a part of
when
there.
when the river took it and I think
No, well, I lost a good friend of mine who is
Yes.
one of our drinking partners, Nico. He was a fireman.
yes.
Yeah, I know that bridge, it was damaged. By which one of them? I can't remember which storm it was.
I can't remember. But
Yeah, it was before Hurricane David anyway.
Yeah.
He lost his life there.
Yes.
Before Hurricane David, the worst thing you saw was Hurricane Gloria, It was Gloria and then David, because growing up...
No, well, I don't know about you, but
Janet?
I remember
Janet.
Hurricane Janet.
Janet. Yeah, in the early times. Well,
early times.
when we were probably baby when...
Janet,
before.
when I was small,
Yeah.
when
Yeah,
Janet came through.
And that was the worst disaster we had until David come. And then David record Mario take it. And I hope it stays like that for the next
40 years.
Let me ask Ghost. Ghost, you ever came down the underpower on tube? No, you ever did
Why
that?
your name is there? The man has said, let me tell you, I don't know if he want me to turn on him now.
Because he was a boy inside.
That couldn't go nowhere.
Couldn't go anywhere.
That couldn't
Yeah,
go
but
nowhere.
I just
Yes.
ask you a question.
Yes, boy, I grew up in Newtown, Tubes had two things for us. Making rubber for catapult. We are very good at that, getting a tube and stripping it out. And guys used to come from all about to come High Street to buy rubber. Because we are close to the gas station on the Savannah where Suki is there now. That was the only gas station in the area. In fact, maybe the only one in town. It was there before Macmillan. And they used to also change tires there. So we could get tubes. And when we get the tube, we would strip it out and maybe a penny for a pair.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to make a catapult, you come my street and buy a rubber.
Yes, that's true.
We used to do that.
Ghost, as you're saying that, I know many people in the discussion, they discuss all types of things. But there's one thing that we almost, and we would have forgotten, and that is cutting tires to make shoes.
And that was in it.
And you did that?
That was in the 70s.
That was in the 70s.
When
yes.
we started making sandals and we didn't have the rubber yet. And not only that, I think the Rasta part of it too, it used to look more Rasta when you have a thing with tie under it. Real roots,
You're saying that there are no ghosts, and I can imagine the young people listening to you speaking about cutting tires to make shoes, and the sole of the shoes, that they might be wondering what kind of ancient day that we're talking about.
No, man, that was just being roots. And then when you have that, the only thing, it would last long. But remember, tire round, circular. So after a while, it would start to to curve in your foot. So when you're walking in it, it's like a rocker. Because the tire wrong, until we learn to, after a certain while, to splice it under so it would stay flat. Otherwise, as you're using it, it's starting to take the shape of the same circular shape. So your sandal would be looking like a smiling face.
And some people may not have known ghosts. That when people talk about ghosts, they talk about ghosts as a teacher, calypsonian, to operator, writer. But many people do not know that ghost was a shoemaker.
Well, a lot of people knew. I believe people knew that. Although I left it a long time ago, and most of the people you see doing it now, they learn from people I teach. Actually, because of that, I was one of the first tutors in the skills training program that's going on now. Actually, the very first one, with people like Elizabeth Alfred and Avan from Goodwill.
Avan Roye, no?
No, it wasn't Avan Roye. But anyway, and then Williams from Coliho, she was part of and the other guy from Grand for Rivière Cyric, he retired not too long ago.
Pascal?
Right. So I was actually the first tutor in terms of the skills training program, because I sat down with people like Miss Alfred, always looking for ways and means to get young people involved in something. And Fanso Bedo was the first person that actually really started making sandals. And Fanso was very close to me. Fields Lane, well, all of us from Fields Lane, and taking Fanso's skills, I figured it was something we could use to start a business. And I actually put guys together. You had people like Tim Dura as part of that, Eustace Robinson, he's a barber, and we formed a thing called JAGS. Glenn John was part of it. Glenn John, the musician, he was our singer, and I took it and formalized it and made something like a cooperative, and really brought it out. Made a workshop that was up by Stephans, and I started teaching people, a lot of guys, to cut leather and to make sandals, and eventually I was actually making shoes, not only school shoes for children, and it's through that Miss Alfred contacted me and tell me, well, if we cannot do something, especially for the guys out of town. They're looking to do something. So I went to La Plaine, I went to Wesley, I went to Marigot, doing 3 months stints with different guys, teaching them to do those things. So I go around the country doing that for a while. Eventually, I actually became a trainer of trainers, training people, and then I became a trainer. They trained me to train trainers in the whole, different disciplines, because different disciplines in terms of skills, but in terms of the business, it is basically the same. So we used to be doing the rudiment of business too. So I was doing all that all across the country. I can remember my good friend Bernard Savre. I used to have, you can remember in Fort Coley on the port, there are those little houses. I think right now you have Element and them in there.
In there, yeah.
I actually had one where we did leathercraft. And next to it was my partner Bernard, doing in those days silk screen. He was one of the pioneers. Mm-hmm. And he sat down one time with me and he tell me, boy, you stupid, boy. If you're teaching them man to do what you do in there, all them man to do what you do in there, how you going to make money later, though? So I tell him, boss, all of us have to make, and I don't think none of who I teach can work better than me, that I will not be able to make money. Today, he didn't teach anybody. But today you can see the amount, you have the pecs, you have everybody doing the same thing you're doing there without he teaching anybody. And I still feel good when I pass and I see certain people that I teach and the people they teach and the work still going on. You know, so, but the thing is, people making sandals. I used to make shoes. I was Mamu main shoemaker when Mamu was prime minister.
All the fire you give Mama used you to.
No, Mama had loved me. I'm the only one that probably man in Dominica that touched Mamu legs.
After all the fire that you would have given Mamu still would have trusted you?
She used to say straight she loved me because I saying it straight and I not hiding like some of, she used to tell me all those I not like. Whose wife she don't like because behind her back. Me and Mamu used to have some good conversations, you know, because remember I grew up around Mamu. JB on Fields Lane. JB used to play sleeping and he marking us coming and try to, he not closing the door, you know, all the grapefruit and them there. And he didn't like his sleeping. As we gonna touch it, hey, you have to run. You know, so I grew up around Mamu, and one thing if Mamu, whenever she leave Dominica, she would go with her at least 2 pairs of push toe. We also used to use the Kalinago people used to make those baskets. I used to buy the basket and put covers and handles on them. And Mamu used to make sure whenever she leave the country, she have a portion of that. And when she comes back with drawings of people's feet. You're talking about ambassadors and government ministers, you know. We show how to do it. She'd come back with a half dozen of those for us to make, for either push to or sandals for when she going back or to give somebody to bring for people. That was one thing if she used to support the local art. I don't know how many ministers that would do that today. They will change. But she used to make sure, and all her, everything, when any problem she had with her shoes, is to me she would come. You know, again, her caretakers were the Shillingfords, Affin, and I don't know if you know those people. Opposite Simsy there. And those again, that's in house I grew up. Like Affin and Davin and those people there.
You asking me if I know them people? No, you're joking, man.
No, but you're Queensland man.
The Johnsons.
Right. You know, so they were Mamu caretaker. And then I know those people well, so it was just one thing. Mamu, they know, in fact.
For persons to know who you're actually talking about, Ghost, we can give them the location. They live in the corner of Upper Lane and King George V Street.
Well,
not
exactly in the corner.
The others are on King George V Street.
Yeah, the house there was theirs.
Yeah.
Also, there was a shop there at the time, Johnson.
There was a shop,
Johnson
right.
shop.
Yeah, the Johnsons. And those two people inside there. Well, you know, Cecil, when you grow up, you know it had bourgeois in town.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Living in veranda house. Well, a lot of those houses, we used to go up and down in all those houses there because it's in Roseau we born to. I actually grew up on polished floor. People polishing the floor and those things, and cane chair and those things. So I know those things. But sometimes I used to say bourgeois. A lot of them houses there, them room used to be about 12 by 8 and those things, them bedroom in those things, you know.
Small,
in those houses there, if you know them now, all now. And we used to believe, well, those people so different and everything else. When you go and you watch those little houses and I say in my mind.
Ghost, we can say that. No, we can say that.
They were Butcham too.
No, we can say that. No, because in our growing up, we had a Butcham.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We lived in a long house.
So what Ghost and yourself living in?
What
What
Ghost?
What Ghost
is
living in
living
Cocoa
in?
Bottom now?
What Ghost is living
What
in
you
Cocoa
have up
Bottom?
there?
What Ghost is living in Cocoa Bottom now?
That is house.
They cannot talk about that. Right,
No,
Ghost?
I grew up in Butcham, you know, boss. I know what it is when you get up to bundle
Your bed.
your carbon.
Yes.
Let me say it like that, your carbon.
Yes.
Put your bundle because we have our bundles, everybody.
Everybody, yeah.
Have your little bundle. Because first of all, I'll tell you the truth. I didn't like the mattress.
Your
Because
cocoa, your pie
remember that
cocoa.
bagay
that's
cocoa
catching
there
that
used to
pricking.
prick you after a while, you know.
Aye.
And
After
bless
a
you-
while,
Let me ask you, bugs ever bite, you know,
no,
Ghost?
when he knew when he didn't used to do that. But I grew up in the boot sham too. You can remember our partner that DVD name we used to call Radio Only One.
Butcham. Yes, from Bath Road.
Right.
Yes.
Butcham was like an uncle to me, you know. David Jones, right now he was a senator, I think in VIs and so
Yeah,
all
he's
of
here
us
now.
got to do. That was
I
his
think he's here
uncle.
now.
So I grew up in a Butcham with the bayfront as the toilet right across there. So you have to always know in advance when you're ready to go, because you have to give yourself 5 minutes before you reach. You know, so I grew up in the Butcham brain. And then I know what it is. The bundle of, at a certain time, you take your bundle and you go under power, under the bridge, and wash out your thing, you know, to make sure all pinners, all little pinners, come out from it. Or if you do the wrong thing, you have to go and try to put it on the kitchen for the sun
To hit it.
to dry it up. Otherwise, you'll be uncomfortable.
No, you'll have no bedding to sleep at night.
Right. You know, so I grew up in that brain. I grew up in that.
By the
And a time like today with rain, brother.
Oh.
Those of us who pee, those of us who like peeping in bed.
Yeah.
A time like today is problem because you're going to sleep.
Let
in
me
a-
ask you
people
something.
people don't be in bed again, man.
No, I'm not hearing that.
Let me ask you something. You know lie, now?
Ghost must know lie. Ghost be so joking if you man. Lie was in my
It's
neighbor.
only when the man come around, if his father come by and he come by the
No, I
and
wanted-
he would know lie.
I wanted to
Lie
ask
was
him.
in my neighbor.
You lie was the man that was to make the mattress for my mother.
Oh, lie that is to make your
Yeah,
mother.
my mother picture the mattress. He was and he was the one who brought me into this world, you know, help my mother.
Lie?
Yes.
No wonder you just
He was my mother's good friend.
Ghost,
and
why they call him Lie?
I don't know, that's his name. I never know his real name, but Lai Vewa,
Yeah.
a very popular gentleman.
character. Yeah, very.
Yeah,
Had a bakery.
very popular gentleman.
Where Willie had his bakery.
Yeah,
He had his bakery there first.
Yeah.
Because he had a bakery before Willie.
No, he used to be there, but it wasn't his bakery.
It was
It was his bakery.
No.
No.
Okay.
Even while he used to be a baker, you know. He used to
Yes,
bake,
I
he
know
used to
because
sell, and they
that's where we used to go and buy bread.
Huckster, Rena and them kind of thing. You know, in those days, there Huckster was a big, you know, a big hustler, you know, and it used to work. And our area had a lot of hucksters. You know, in our area, there are those people every weekend have how many crates of produce go in Guadeloupe. It was strictly Guadeloupe and some Antigua.
And Ghost, you know, we're talking about our yard growing up in those period. Fonkole, Goodwill. When we spoke of those areas, it's like as if we were speaking about going to the country. They were so far. I don't know if you remember that.
No, but remember, Cecil, our legs were at our legs were not for and free. We are little boys, you know, talking about that. There. All when we were doing those things here, we were 10 years and those things, you know. But like the Dweeve, we used to go and Dweeve 10. I think because I started going to SMA about 11, and we're talking about before that, you know, from boys' school days. When we used to go for grapefruit, remember sometimes the grapefruit either they reject, they used to just dump it somewhere,
Oh yes. Yeah.
just dump that, and
yeah.
when we know they dump that, if they don't bring for the Savannah Newtown, we head in for Fokole, you know, and I'm talking before.
And most time it's just in Fonkole.
Yeah, most times it's Fokole.
Most times it's Fonkole.
So when we get to know, right down there we have to,
because you see, packing shed
yeah,
was where we
behind
had
the ice factory there.
where the ice factory is, behind the ice factory. So when they were dumping the grapefruits, they had to go and they were dumping it in Fonkole.
Yeah.
You know?
But Ghost, I must tell you, the man who was in charge at the time as the foreman was my father. My
That's
father,
it, not in packing shed.
in packing shed, yes.
So he was
So he went in from ice factory to the packing shed.
Okay. No, right, that building's still there.
Yeah, it's still
Right,
there.
that long building there. What are they doing with that now?
Well, one of the buildings there, they're using it for the galvanized. They're making galvanized there.
The one in the yard.
The one in the yard now, it's uncovered. They're using it
I
to
think
pack
that-
vehicles.
Isn't that Dexia?
And the other area
Is
is
Dexia.
Dexia has there.
Yeah.
Because I was wondering why wasn't that converted to some kind of market just to maintain the same produce business.
Right.
Instead of some people coming all the way into town. That's part, we haven't got place to extend the market in town. And I was wondering why, because I went inside there time, I think when it was after Mario we were using there. They were using there for some kind of agriculture business. And I was wondering why part of the market couldn't be in that building.
Right.
You know?
Well, Ghost, there were two sections, but that section is uncovered now where they used to have the gas room and put the grapefruits.
And even though Home Industries.
Home Industries had it, but that is uncovered and it's still uncovered.
Beside the Home Industries building, you had the long one at the back.
Right. Dexa is using that, and the other one that they used at one time is still uncovered.
Well, all that is government property.
All that is government
Ghost,
property.
you can look at your social media, you can look at Facebook, because I'm trying my utmost best, and I'm on social media, and I have to try my utmost best with my glasses, it's not one I can look from a distance, so you can help us. I saw one person said, I don't want us to repeat what Alistair Iris said. We know that already. Another person, Ivinia Hill, she was just laughing. Quite a lot of messages have been coming through telling you that Ghost, that you have a very good memory of things gone by.
It depends. It depends because you have a phone, right? Your phone tell you space. In America, that stage, Cecil will tell you need more space. Because now my own telling me 96% of the space gone. I only have about 4 more percent. Now the brain like that too,
Yes.
Because remember the memory the memory card I have is one from the first set of computers.
Okay.
And it haven't got no upgrade for it. So certain things will stay and certain things you have to delete some. And I'm talking about my brain and memory now. For you to remember certain things, you have to delete some of the old things and no way you can bring it back. That's how the computer working. So I can still remember a few things because when you leave it, I haven't reached this stage where, like brain where...
I know.
So someone was asking if you still have the skills of the bar to sell the Pale and the Mastiff.
Still hoping that somewhere, in Roseau there, where we be, Mario destroyed or do a lot of damage, and I didn't want to open that place on another level more than when I had opened it the first time. But the skills there, but that's not what I want to get into. If I have to go into that, a cook, a chef will have to do that. But you make the chef do it how you want it. But then... Cecil is a game, at certain age here, and is a lot of people inquiring. And sometimes when they show you the dollar sign, you just think sometime of,
When you say inquiring, you mean they want to buy it now?
No, they want to rent it. Ghost sell.
No, people
want to buy it now?
Ghost don't sell.
People
Ghost wouldn't sell that then.
People want to buy. The thing about selling it, every time I say no, the price going up.
Hold on. Ghost, somebody's on the line. Good evening to you, caller.
Yo, what's up?
Fine. Hey, Chicago.
Chicago, man.
Yeah, man, all you good?
Yes,
I
man.
the vibes.
Yes.
I like the vibes. Good vibes. I just want to congratulate Ghost on the move because Ghost have some real thing. Yeah, good memory to it. Oh boy. Ghost is the boss.
The winter vegetables, man.
Yeah, you're the boss. You boss. I love that, man, about you. Proper. I want to bring you back on a boot sham in Fields Lane. Around by Jandau. Remember Kendall, those guys in the States now, right? Kendall James. Used to stay there once. And that region there is a ghost region, real ghost, eh?
Yeah, so with me, Kendall and them used to stay.
Right. So in that house there, I slept there one night, Chilling, I checking, okay, I wouldn't go across, we just chill and so we cook up food and everything. And boy, I see the roof coming down on me,
What, how is that? You're drinking or what? You gone, man, Chico?
Real thing. Real thing, man. And I know you can attest to that. Yeah, I know you can attest to that. When I used to walk on the road and don't watch there.
How is that?
If I pass in there, I don't watch in the house. You know, that's a terrible experience, there, man. Real rough.
I want to know how the roof end up falling on you.
But I feel it coming on me that I see it. I think something squeezing me inside there, boss. And then they'll tell me, boy, in this time I feel that me, boy. Yes, okay, the American man, the kind of vibes. I check in, boy, me. But I live there and I go out there. I check in again, I stay there, boy.
No, what?
So that Chicago, that Jumbie then.
Yes, boy, that also was a good spiel. They had a whole vibe.
Yes,
real
sir.
whole vibe.
But Chicago, I live there for.
You know what I'm talking about, you know?
I live inside that for over 30 years. I never feel no jumbie.
What's your nickname? What's your nickname?
Ghost.
Believe me.
Okay.
If it that jumbie there.
Or you can get that now.
If it that jumbie there, I think they were smoked out, eh?
You smoke them out.
Boy,
Early
I tell you, boy, I had a real dread experience there, man. Real funny, man, you know. I check in, boy. Yeah, man. And when you come to the grapefruit, all you talk about, they used to dump the grapefruit just on this side going up by the riverbank there.
There are a few places dumping it, you know.
Yeah, they used to dump grapefruit
used to
right
come
there, man.
and
So
dump
all River Street
on the
people
Savannah
and people of
first.
my region used to pick up grapefruit there, you know. Because when they say the regret, by good grapefruit, boy, today we wish we had that, eh?
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Good grapefruit,
sometimes it's about
boy.
shipping, you know. It's about shipping too
Yes,
much. Too much.
yeah. So they used to dump the rest.
Yeah.
Boy, we
And
went through it
we
in
used to
that
enjoy
country
it.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. But you used to take that and make our juice.
Yeah.
Man, used to play football with grapefruit way back in them time. Come on, man. Today we need that.
No,
Yeah, man.
It's a different time.
Yeah, man. Anyway, guys, I love the vibe and keep it up. You know, just keep the people informed, man. Good vibe, man, good.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chicago. Yeah.
No,
Yeah, man.
You see that house Chicago speaking about? About 2 weeks ago, Hurricane. I was speaking to Hurricane, my partner. And Hurricane tell me, you see that, he tell me, well, Ghost, let me tell you something. You see the time we used to spend in that little house in Fizzling there by you? That used to be the happiest time, one of the happiest time in my life, you know. When you see I leave Goodwill and I know it's down there coming, I just feel happy, man. And up to now, that's when we think about that. It's a little boot sham, but it was so nice, Cecil. I'll tell you how nice it was there, the music and everything inside there. Well, that's where we used to sit down and smoke, talk shit, play music. The song you played there, Burgers, that is inside that little shack, all them song make, you know? And inside there was like, when you're there, you're not in town again. You come, you close the gate, and we used to stay there whole day, and whether you want to go home, Cabo, just sleep there until next morning. So we had a lot of time there. So the Jumbie, the old lady that used to stay there, they used to say she was a Sukuya. But I never see her fly because
Who's that old lady now?
you'll never know her. Clarice,
No, I wouldn't know.
You die,
I know Clarice.
you will know Clarice because I mean you what it was your auntie?
My auntie.
No, one thing your auntie was not Sukuya, eh?
So Calypso was your auntie?
No.
His auntie was staying next.
Helen.
Helen was your auntie. Yes.
No, but the way my Clarice
So you're talking about inside that corner, inside that cool there?
yeah, opposite the lawyer.
Opposite where
the lawyer.
opposite Dyer.
Right.
Yeah, where tall Joe used to be living there.
Right. Inside there.
Yes.
They used to call her Sukuya. But she was not Sukuya because I grew up there with her as a little boy. And I unless she used to put me to sleep when she was going.
Flying.
Yeah, she was going to fly. But she was not Sukuya as far as I could see. But it could be eerie, but after we smoke out there, no Sukuya could come there again, man.
The high.
Yeah, but that was again a boot sham. But that little boot sham, to me, it used to be like a palace, you know, in those days. Those little boot sham used to be big, you know. I don't know if we used to be small, but then when you grow up in a boot sham, you know how to organize the space and to live in the space. You know.
Let's see what that caller has to say. Good evening, caller.
The caller is Queen Elizabeth Hospital. That's what Ghost can remember.
Say that again. You ring in.
Your telephone, you have your telephone You're speaking to us via your telephone, but you have your radio close by.
And Goodwill doesn't go over alone. I come in. Whatever.
You're in, Cecil?
I'm hearing a little of what he's saying, but he went and low down the volume of his radio.
Yeah. You hear me now?
Yes, we hear you better.
Well, Goodwill had it after Potter lived there. There are a lot of months that time making garden in Goodwill. They doesn't go over alone.
After
Potter lived there, the estate, a lot of people work on the estate had a lot of garden there.
Okay.
My grandmother had garden there.
Yeah, man, it had garden going all the way up under where you have houses now, under the hospital in the valley there.
Yeah, and even where the hospital built there too.
Yeah, all about there. You didn't have houses there, so it's garden. You had all about them place. You had to go over on the flat. And even going in, I can remember going in, you see where Max Troy and all them people is inside there, where the dump
All that was
is.
Kenfield going up there. My grandmother Kenfield there.
It's all those places there, it used to have garden. People used to have garden. Because remember, if you're from town and you want to have a garden, you have to walk a bus.
See?
You have to find yourself all on them quick up there, all inside there, if you want to have a garden.
All was part of Pottersville way, going on. All was part of Potter's estate way.
Yeah. Well, that's why they end up Pottersville, Potter's Town. because in those days, them were the massa, and everybody else are working for them. Until
So,
eventually you had liquor entrepreneurs coming like my Philip and them people doing those things there. In those days, the Potters, strictly Redskin people there.
No, Potter had one daughter. He usually had a shop. Just like opposite Astapa, and she had a shop, the Phyllis Potter shop.
What was her name?
Phyllis Potter. Phyllis Potter was her name.
Yeah,
Phyllis.
right. Yeah.
And let me tell you something now. The first set of people that go up on Pocole was people after Hurricane, Janet.
Yeah,
The
right.
people from the river side, they take them, put them in Savannah, and then they put the post office there before Cowtown people go there.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bless up, man.
Fitzroy name is
Fitzroy. Fitzroy. Good job,
Fitzroy Joseph.
Fitzroy. Good job.
All right, then. Thanks.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Yes, I.
All right.
And the thing about Fitzroy, then a real good charm you was staying to. Eh?
Let's go back to the telephone goes. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening, caller.
Hello, Captain.
Yes, sir, Mr. Lufa.
Teacher Lufa.
Good evening to the boss.
What going on, teach?
Boy, I will never forget that pillar your mother used to give me. And boss, a lot of people don't know that restaurant you had that back there. When you see it was between 12 and 1, the place full up.
You see,
No,
I can remember bringing tourists there, and they used to ask me if it's the local KFC,
yeah.
Because people used to line up.
But Cecil, something I want to tell you about Butcham. I live in New Street. In case you don't know New Street, that's Kennedy Avenue.
I know that, right?
Yeah. And I live in Pong, Cecil. Let me just tell you something about Butcham. I used to live with my uncle. My uncle had, hear that, my uncle had I don't want to lie, 7 children, plus my sister and I, plus Cecil, Cantabia, plus another 4 young ladies who were junior witnesses used to take lunch, my dear. You know how many of us that was inside one little boot champ, my brother?
Almost like 14.
Everybody's sleeping on the ground. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you. No, Ghost. Let's continue. Then we saw the construction of the Deepwater Harbor. People tend to think, or people believe, that the Deepwater Harbor has been there for 60 plus years, but the Deepwater Harbor came there about 73, 74. And we would remember that the port basically was where the ferry terminal is, and where the city council is presently. That was where the office of the customs. Yeah. So you can both you all can.
Well, I don't know if Brain will know about that one, because again, like we say, Brain was inside.
No, don't tell me. I know, for instance,
you see,
Green Lantern.
No, we're not talking about Green Lantern now. Green Lantern was, you could stay from your home and see Green Lantern. But that port there, remember in those days there, we had lighters.
Yeah.
And it not like before, like now you come up alongside. You had lighters, the boats would park outside there, and the lighters would go back and forth carrying the goods or bringing in and bringing out. Quite a few times I enjoy my ride on the lighters too, because there was this guy driving the, how it call it, the launch.
The launch.
Right.
The launch.
His name cannot come forward now, this short guy. And he was a friend of my father, my grandfather in fact. So, and we as little, what you quote unquote Kanwat, used to go and fish on the jetty. And because we were from town, a lot of the guys know us. We used to pass, at that time, the Tourist Information Center was right on the corner. As you, where you'd have the, actually just about where where you had that little shack, the thing they just, the bar, the thing bar. The bar they just closed down there. In that area there, you had the Tourist Information Center right there hanging over the sea. So we could pass there at the back there and go on the jetty at any time and fish our cow and everything. So as little boys, you troublesome. Sometimes you can end up getting a ride on the boat and coming back. I ride the launch from Roseau to Soufriere, before Soufriere Road. I see lime coming down from Monacuma and then place coming down to they also had another factory there where they used to crush and make lime juice. In up to now the ruins are still in Soufriere. So that from Monacuma to that, they used to be carrying that on a cable car like, you know, and then the launch would have to take those things up there with the, so I see a lot and experience all those things before the road actually reached Soufriere.
And before you even talk about, before we move away, in reference to the port where Issa Trading is presently, the gate to the port was stationed right there, where Issa Trading is, you know.
The gate was right where the post office is.
Yeah.
Issa Trading, that is where one of them big houses that end up. I see Roseau burn, you know. You see all those where right now, they build, what's it named, Fresh Market.
But hold on, Ghost. I can remember because I'm seeing the gate, this brown gate, and at that time a plane had crashed in that area there.
It had an old, I don't think it's dead crash, but it had an old plane there on the empty lot there for a while.
Right, so that's where that's not where the gate was?
No, the gate was
further in?
Yeah, because
yes, you're correct. By the roundabout. By the roundabout.
Well,
just a little low.
You see where the entrance to the post office is?
Yes,
yeah.
right
That is
there.
where it was.
Yeah.
Because the Tourist Information Center was on the end towards the sea.
Oh yes, that wrong.
That little kind of wrong
thing.
Right.
Yes, right there. Yes,
right there.
Yeah,
you know,
and the jetty, and you right onto the jetty.
Yeah, you could just make the wrong, or
yes,
if the gate is closed, and you could do that.
I never realized it was a tourist.
Yeah, man, that was it was tourist.
I just knew it there, but I didn't know what it was.
Let me ask Ghost, do you remember the fire station there?
The fire station.
Yes. There's a fire station.
You mean by the bay?
By the bay there. That's where the fire station.
I don't think we had a fire station, you know. We had those kind of big kind of truck, one funny looking Bedford face truck.
Somebody's on the line. Let's see what the person has to say, and then you come back to the fire station. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening, Cecil. Good evening, Brain. Good evening, Ghost.
Bless up.
Hey, my good partner. How are you, my brother? Good evening.
I'm good, man. I have been listening to this for some reason.
You remember you just born, eh? Remember you just born.
You just born, guys.
Yes, I know.
We just play.
I'm going to ask you all a question, though.
Yes.
I happened to be earlier this week, just sitting here at my office, going through some archives, some old tape, and I happened to have seen the footage of the bayfront before the actual debut Junior Charles Boulevard was constructed, and importantly the post office building before it was constructed. As a matter of fact, what I saw was them clearing the area where the new post office building was built. And something I never knew existed there before were graves. And I was wondering if you all could enlighten, was there a cemetery in that area? Because clearly there were graves in the area where the new post office was built, and not just any grave, the graves with marble headstones and that sort of thing. So I don't know if you guys, seeing as you guys could, I thought some guys were younger than they actually are, because if they're talking about Princess Margaret Hospital and all these things, they saw these things being built. These guys are really old men walking around in young bodies.
that is you. that is he's talking about Adams and Ghost.
Ghost. I mean,
comrade.
Yeah,
Comrade, sometimes people, it happened to me just this week in Ambrose George shop, agricultural shop.
Yeah.
I was there getting some bags to transplant some things. And a lady came in. Sir, what's up? So the people wondering why she calling me sir. So I tell her, so long I tell you, no, you call me Rasner, that's a thing there. Brain maybe know that. So I showing them, well, she calling me sir because I used to be her teacher, and they just cannot stop that sir thing. So she watched me and say, you're the teacher. Because the person calling me sir, their whole head gray. And it's a grandmother. So they're trying to wonder, well, wait a while now. What's going on there? So she say, yes, he teach me in school. And, you know, the people after she go, they telling me they can't understand that, you know, if it's joke we making. You know. But Daryl,
yes,
I'll tell you something.
Uh-huh.
All the people, sometimes just take my kicks. All the girls I used to run behind in Parish Hall and those places, sometimes when I see them, I just in my mind, boy, I only boy.
But Daryl asked a very important question.
Yes, but listen, before I go, before they answer the question, I don't know if you'll get to Calypso. I've always wanted to know why he changed his name from Ghost to Ras Kelly. And the ghost never leaving him. So I don't know if you'll get to the point where you'll talk about that.
Calypso.
That wouldn't take time. I can answer you.
But before that, and then the other thing I want to ask him about, why he never recorded the song "You Must Be a Dummy." Dummies in a can.
Cecil and them had it. I didn't do it. I didn't record it, but DBS had it. I don't know what they do with it.
And we have been looking for it.
If anything, I will call back. But I want to hear if you all could shed some light on whether or not, in particular, there was a cemetery. If it was an official cemetery where the current what is yes.
Thank you very much. Yes,
I can remember when they were doing the excavation, they did, but in our that cemetery had to be there before the building they destroyed, the old custom building was there, because when they destroyed, they were excavating for that. Some of these tombstones, the headstones, I can remember that. But all around Roseau is a whole lot of places where you'd find that. Even when I was building on Bath Road, when I come across where my home is there on Bath Road, digging for the foundation, I came across a wall and a grave too. And at one time I say, you think I should call Lennox on the church now?
Hold that thought. Just remember you ended. Someone's on the telephone. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening to you, caller.
Yeah, Kelly.
Hey.
What on?
Yes, good way, brother.
Boy, politics I was fighting, but you know, you're my big brother.
That's it.
But we have to fight with you, boy. You're mad, man.
I just listen to you giving me my blows, you know. Why doesn't worry about that? Because I will give you my blows when I'm ready. But you're a smart fella. You can call my program, you know. You can call my program on a Wednesday. All you like to call me, all you just, everybody just is agree with what all you say. Call my program on a Wednesday.
It had. But you know, family, I listening tonight, and I go back all the way to the basement and make it fit, you know, and Montrose and you know, you boy, we have two brothers, boy. You and Pat, two big brothers. I have other brothers and I have official brothers, but you know, I have two big brothers that I come up around. And boy, Pat, have you checked on Pat lately, Brett family?
I don't see passing in his black Wrangler now and then. In Mount Prosper and Cocoa Bottom, and that's two different areas. And you know when, man, it's not like we go into the same bars and the same discos. We don't do that. It's at home we stay now, said. So it's difficult to really, but now and then I'll see him pass in his big Wrangler. You there now?
Pat, you're not doing, as optimal, you must check him, you must pass him, what I mean? Yeah. We go back long enough, for those vibes,
But Zed, the other thing of all of us grew up. You grew up like our little brother. In the end. Your mother and your father were like my mother and father. When we cook, it's from one plate to the other plate, the bomb passing back and forth. That's how we grew up. But then in life, certain things happen and it does take us away from each other sometimes. And like everything, even when you give me my blows too, I don't worry, because certain things growing up, something you're not sounding.
Relocate. He will not hear him.
Zed, you're not hearing
you hear me?
Yeah, I mean, you better know.
Yeah.
So Zed, as life going on, certain things has happened, and even though musician was like a brother, me and musician used to be together more than my brothers and his brothers.
Boy, me you telling that, boy?
But then as we growing up, certain things happening, and then it does take us apart a bit. Not that we're not dealing,
Yeah.
But just certain vibrations. With musician, I wouldn't say it's politics. It's just that man go away, man stay away. You here, you live your life. When you continue living your life, when you're here, and when we meet, we say hi, we say hello, and them thing. But to say my scene and his scene is two different scene.
Yeah, But I just saying what happening right now, and is some, touch base with musician,
Yeah,
we still love. Yeah, we still love. Yeah. One love, family.
But then let me tell you, now you yourself, we're not there for politics, but you must call me one of them time, let me put your blows on you, because you and what's his name, Andre, I listen to all you there and all you
electoral reform?
I don't have no problem with you. Since we boy getting my blows, we always arguing, we can talk. But I'll call you, let's set it up, we'll set it up.
Yeah, my line always open for all you fellas.
All right, then. Yeah.
And tell Andre you can call me too.
Yeah.
All right, bless up.
Bless.
Yeah, the cemetery.
So Daryl was asking that I'm putting in question about the cemetery. But before that, let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Cecil, Mr. Breen, and Mr. Ghost. That's
Bibbs.
Pastor Bibbs.
Boy,
Reverend Bibbs.
Reverend Bibbs, as I don't want to hear you, boy. Let me tell you one thing. Don't go and say nothing there for them to send lawyer people for the BS. I want you early.
No, sir. I have been listening, man. What a great program, man.
And I'm waiting for the video still.
Yes, sir. Mr. Joseph, man, you must have more of them programs with Ghost, man.
Must have.
But gentlemen, I heard all the talk about the lawn tennis court, but one must not forget is my uncle that was the manager back in those days, Mr. Maxwell Williams.
Maxwell was your uncle?
My uncle, yes.
Was the barman? He was the barman.
Yeah.
Maxwell was the manager.
The barman.
That is the ex-president older brother.
The barman.
The barman. I know him as the barman.
Oh. But as a little boy, I used to go to him for my tablet money. Not going to go to school. So I remember very well. But again, you all could be right because you guys, much older than me. I wouldn't say too much. I was saying much older than me, but you know what I mean. The brain and the ghost. But now that is also the ex-police Robocop, better known as Tony. That was his father. If you all don't know that.
And Michelle.
Tony
and Michelle.
And Michelle. That's correct. So, when we talk about these things, I'm a little child, But Mr. Joseph, to be honest, man, you must have more of these programs, man.
Well, every Sunday I have one.
Apparently you're not listening. Every Sunday we're on.
No, I don't listen, but I just fall asleep, and I mean to be honest with you. Because right now, you would have changed it now. 7:30 when it gets dark already, and, night getting cool at night, and all these things now, right now, summer done, You understand? But I'm so happy that Mr. Z called. You understand? Z is my partner, Although he's my blues in New York, but he's my boy, But Ghost, I like when you spoke to Z, tell Z call you, I was kind of reason out. You understand me? But gentlemen, good program. I'm listening.
And
to big up, mommy. Yes, Mr. Ghost. Go ahead. Sorry, sir.
And the lawyer waiting for the confirmation from you.
Well, yes. Well, and I told Mr. Ghost, I received my letter already. Yeah? Via New York, Connecticut. I received that.
All right.
You understand me?
Thank you.
Gentlemen, good program. I'm listening and keep the fire. God bless Dominica and our Prime Minister. Sister, I'm listening.
Thank you. You know, Ghost, someone just mentioned to me in reference to the handcraft in Roseau. You know, bellow handcraft.
Bellow
handcraft. That's what.
Now the handcraft, bellow thing was a little thing on what's
by the Social Security.
On Hillsborough Street.
It was down Cox Street and it was down
on Hillsborough Street. Is that?
But the real handcrafting was Mavolney.
Was Mavolney on Turkey Lane.
On Turkey Lane.
On Turkey Lane.
No, not Turkey Lane. Well, Turkey Lane and Queen Mary Street.
Well, no,
Freedom
Independence.
Street.
Yeah.
By the way, I heard it sold. You know, the building has been sold. That's what I'm hearing.
That finally been sold?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was for sale, but I heard somebody buy it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that in itself, in those days when, vetiver was big and those mats, and that is where my mother was one of the senior people in that way, in making those mats. Mavolney, she was almost like a sister with Mavolney because she was one of her chief people there, and I too learned to make mats, you know, Cecil. That's where the craft probably come into me. They used to have, just to divert, what they call in extras. Now you're working in the day, but you could get straw and you have the wooden thing you're using to make the mats with all its nails and so. And there were what they were calling squares and the circles. And in order, my mother used to bring that home. So after dinner, or even before that, while we home, we as youth used to sit down and help her because every one she make had a price. So we used to sit down and I learned to make mats, helping my mother to make sure every night we make at least a dozen of that. And we used to, it was easy to do in that you had the template and it's just about a matter of stretching your thing through and then sewing it together. So we did some of that too. And in those days, I can remember this. Marvel and them used to make some huge vetiver mats. You have, like 20 people working on a mat. And in the end, they would roll that up, canvas that, and wherever it used to go, I don't know. Yeah, in those days, that was an industry we had. And I can remember going up Grand Bay. And all along from Pichelin, on one side of the road, used to have vetiver drying. I don't know if Brain know that.
Yeah, I know that. And trucks used to pass on it.
Yeah.
You put it by the road.
All along the road. They would be drying that so that they could make the straw, and they would sell the straw to Bellot down by the market side or to Mavolney.
Let's take a call on the line. Good evening.
No, the man asked your question. Only forgetting about the post office.
Yeah, the cemetery. You remember?
Well, what I'm telling you is before the post office, there was to be the Roseau Girls' School. And when it was going to be the Roseau Girls' School, they put it in where the building new market there was. What is that dance hall there is called it there? The old market, where the new market is there?
Coronation Hall, no?
Coronation. The dance hall that there was Coronation Hall, you know.
Yes, but there was a Roseau Girls' School live from where the post office and go right there and then go at back road.
You mean by the Windsor Park?
Yes.
The forecourt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I cannot remember the girls' school down there.
Well, I could tell you that I was born in the 40s now.
Okay.
So what he tell you about the grave there, remember, after slavery, remember we used to live there, the people from Britain used to live there, you know.
Right.
The masters.
Yeah, well, that is why the basically, remember the Barracoon building was where they used to one of the first places they used to have the slaves, you know.
Exactly so.
So right around there, you had all those same English people living.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. So all what the marble and thing they made is because of them.
Yeah, it wasn't slave grave.
No, slave masters. Them
the overseers.
Yeah. And in those days, a lot of them used to bury their people right around their place.
Right there.
Yeah. And Cecil, I can remember something that has played in my mind. I can remember You see where Jupini is, all those places there? Used to have some real big bourgeois houses, old English
some of them
houses
still
there.
there.
I can remember when those burned, you know. Yeah, I can remember my old man waking me up. I was probably about 4 or 5, but 2 of us alone in the house. And when the fire, that was overnight, about midnight. He couldn't leave me there. So he took me with him. And I can remember watching all those buildings there burn, you know. Yeah, all those, around 4 of them.
Where exactly?
Where Jupini is, where Fresh Market is, those buildings there, some huge buildings, stone buildings over there. With some...
the same Bata area?
Yeah. Yeah, and then they demolish them thing now. Right. Yeah, but those I can remember those things burning.
Right, but there was the old Bata fire, you know, where 2 sisters perished up there.
Yeah, the 2 sisters. They're so big.
Let's go to the telephone quickly. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, good evening, by Fireman touching base. Good evening to Mr. Joseph and Mr. Brain and the Rastaman.
Good evening.
Mr. Rastaman, now, let me tell you something. You were talking about the jetty, right? And as far as I don't think I remember the jetty well, but you know that jetty was a great business and a good place because why you can buy beton, right? You know all the drinks and when them fellas throw it from the lighter under the water and fellas dive in like tankers, you know already.
Yeah.
My father was a master.
Your father was one of them.
I supposed to drop in, but Brain tell me I supposed to drop in tonight.
Your father was one of them.
No, well, definitely, Brain.
And no, don't forget that. Right now, back and expensive, but then back and was cheap because it was buy one, get one free. You know what I'm saying? And besides that, to know, you said something about them 2 high school, and I wanted to know more about that, you know, really and truly, because based on what I hear, you know, I had today there, and what I hear you saying personally, because really and truly, you know, when we had them 2 high school, I don't know who was in charge, but really and truly, England was fully most in charge of our place, right?
And the church.
The Catholic Church, yeah.
But England themselves was fully involved in that time, right? And think of all this time there. Sure, England have a whole heap of college, a whole heap of schools, a whole heap of things. That's why I say go see something earlier on too about the animal and the mud and the people living together. That's a serious thing, you know. And that's why I'm telling you again, I listening, but I telling you I have a lot of things to say. That's why I say again, you see that great leader we have there, I call Honorable Roosevelt Skerritt. I call him the world boss. Holy Emmanuel, I give thanks. Go start listening. I will follow it down in the program. But don't forget that. That was the best thing.
And let me tell you, your father was part of our growing up too, you know, because when you see we go in the sea and we decide we want to go to see the cross, the further you have to go a certain distance so you could see the cross. And believe me, Fireman father, he was our savior.
Hold on, Fireman. You're saying to me that Fireman's father wasn't always crippled?
You mean with his legs? Well, you mad, the man that had the man like a fish.
Like a fish, man. They call him Kwapo.
Let me give you a joke. You see the same Jack I tell me about? You know what them guys used to do? When they go and put the load, as you say, on the bigger boat, they using the jet, when my time come, I go on the fire, but they using the jet, the toggle, not the badge. It's stuff for carrying the lighters.
The lighters.
Right.
The cabote, they call it.
When the man unloading, you should know. Them man have some kind of rope. They tie them thing. Me give a joke of my father. Some man do a business with my father. Now the boy is so mystic. He has a little boat. You check. Boy, my father trick the man, you know. My boy done go pick up his stuff and the guy, you know, the boy is a great. It was no divers have tank like a diver, my father. Tell you what like that. Once my father go to do is work. But when my time come, I go burn more fire and so what I have to say same way. But this man there, that man was a great man.
Boy, I can tell you, because sometimes when we out there and we tired, he alone, is on him we have to take it to rest.
What I telling you, personally, as man, the tourism department supposed to give my father, give me the gift for him really and truly, but I don't want a paper gift. I want a nice, great gift. But I know I'm listening.
Bless up fire.
Right. Well, his father was also the master of the greasy pole. Where they would put, they would have a pole, Ghost, remember?
Yeah.
And they grease that up, and fellas would have to go and take whatever the gift was at the end of it.
At the end.
And his father was winning that all the time. But just to go back to the last call in terms of the cemetery, these were the overseers. and Gus made mention of it during the period of slavery when they died, because the Barcon buildings is next door, and all these are so-called
All those big houses
white people.
are in the area.
So when they died, they buried them right there. So when they were excavating to build the post office, they uncovered those graves.
I also too, we're getting some more information from well, not information, but questions from the Facebook. Rennick Thomas says, high value discussion filled with humor and interest, information especially from the present generation, present generation. However, I need to know how Naked Fit came about and the name, and he really wants to know that. And also, I think he made mention of the Chatwells, the best Carnival Tuesday band during its
Chandels.
The Chandels.
Yes, and he says that. So he spoke quite a lot about wanting to know about the Naked Fit band. So you have to help us a little bit in a while. But before we go into that aspect of the discussion, read the band, because I want to find out about Naked Fit myself. I need us to now relate between the schools, the students who came from the country now into town, how they were kept, so how their life was, how their life helped in changing Roseau, and knowing that they came from the country and having to bring their own foods and their monies to the people that they were living. How did that help the life of the city?
Well, I don't. Over time, Cecil, everybody in the city came from the country, you know. Or most, maybe 80% of the people in the city came from the country. For instance, my mother came from Granby. My grandmother came from Granby. Unfortunately, like I always say on the other radio station, I probably lose my links after David, because a lot of our people after David, they left. They went to places like London, Germany. That's my family side from Granby. The Merrifields, the Grahams, you know. But it was all about secondary school. You did not leave the country unless you were Cecil with your mother in town. You came to school. It's only when you go to secondary school you come to town. Now you had the SMA had its
hostel.
Convent had its hostel. That building there, the St. Vincent de Paul, right as you enter in the Catholic Church from the Wesley High School side, you had this hostel there for the convent school. So it was basically the brighter people from the country who happened to pass the common entrance in those days coming. Because if you're from elementary school, I mean, you're in all villages had their school. So the influx was really from the people or the kids, the young people going to secondary school. And I think we didn't have a problem, because somehow a lot of the guys from the country, they used to be bright, I can tell you that. They used to be strictly, because in those days, if you're not really bright, you're not coming to school in town, you're not going to pass the exam. So a lot of them, like I said, Gordon, Henderson, Mashu, a whole lot of people know that. Even checking the Lawrence brothers, all those people from Portsmouth, Charles Savre, all those are country people who came to town. But then when you come to town and you get smart, you're going back in country,
McMurray.
Right, so you come to town and things working. After a while, it's only when Christmas you're going back,
But not only that, the roads, they were not as we see them today.
Right.
Yeah, well, all that, like I say, we could talk about in terms of Dominic how it was before.
No, you can.
I can give you a few names.
Even so, well, I don't know for Brain. I was fortunate in a lot of ways. Our first vehicle, the number on the plate was 5. So you should know you didn't have plenty of vehicles in those days. I traveled Dominica as I hate to say kid. Kid is a young goat. As a young man, a young boy. In the days when you go into Castlebros, you used to have to pass in the river. Going to La Plaine, you had to go through the river. It didn't have
road
bridge in those places there, and the roads were not paved either. Well, my old man was very well. some of it was business. We had a bakery, and then he would bake just to go to the country to sell. And I can tell you when everything used to sell, because in those days there, when you, from the time you cross the Roseau River, all those areas there, when you retrieve bread, because those people there didn't used to see bread often. But my old man was very, I don't know, he was creative and he know those things used to happen. So he'd have about 3 big baskets of bread, and we're going down those sides to sell bread. It's not just to go, but he want to make a money one time. And sometimes the people that have money, he would batter. You give him dashing, you give him fig, he give you bread. So we used to come down loaded. Now in those days there, when you reach the river, it used to have times when you're sticking in the river. So what used to...
So you mean the bridge or the pathway that we are seeing there today in Roseau wasn't there?
It didn't have bridge there.
You had to cross the river?
Yeah. It didn't have bridge there. It didn't have, closer to Lakou up there, didn't have bridge either. So what would happen, and what we had was a car, a Vauxhall. What would happen, usually when you reach there, you wait for when a truck or something else come in. So if you hook in the river, you have enough people to push vehicles across. That's how it was. And the same for Lakou, Castlebruce to Castlebruce River. We used to go Castlebruce, no bridge. When you reach the river, the way it was, you cross the river. Sometimes it's working out good. Sometimes things stick in the river. That's why you used to have to wait when at least another vehicle come. So you have enough manpower, if it stick in the river, to unstick it and push it. So I go through those things. I can remember we didn't used to go to Portsmouth on the direct on the Eolibla, you know. We used to have to make the big run to go Portsmouth, and it wasn't sweet. The roads and them were not paved.
So you have to pass from Marigot?
You have to go all from Marigot. So it's like you're taking 5-6 hours. And
in Dominica?
Huh?
In Dominica?
Yes. Yes, that's how it was. For you to reach Portsmouth, you had to make all those things and cross river and wait sometimes to when another vehicle comes, so you have enough manpower in case the vehicle stick in the river. So I go for that. Today, people we drive in sweet and we reach in Portsmouth in 20-25 minutes because we haven't got to make the
big round.
The big round. And it's not long, you know, that come across, because my lady, my present lady, when I met her, I still had to make the big round through Paybush and to reach Vickers, you know that.
Yeah.
We still used to have to make them big round. It is when...
just under 2000, just about 2000.
Yeah, we were able to go through.
Yeah, 2003.
There.
Yeah.
You know, because when I met my lady, I still had to be making that 3-4-hour trip. The roads were not good, or you know. So today, when people on the road and they see those things, they believe, hey, it's not a political thing, but the Labour Party work it out.
Right.
You know, you have to let the people know that it's the Labour Party that make it easy and build the bridges.
Because even in the early days, Brain and Ghost, my mom would have said to me, you know, to get to Portsmouth, you have to take a lighter.
Not lighter. The lunch.
The lunch.
And you the lunch have a lighter behind it. Yeah.
Yeah. To carry across to. Carry passengers across to various paths until they get to Roseau. It was that, or you had to pass the Marigot into the road.
Even a market day in the early 60s, late 50s, where Fort Young is on the bayfront there now, and Garaway.
Yes.
All that was part of the market, and that is
where... You're talking about the late 60s. In the early 70s, I saw that. Where there was this big shop, people from Soufriere, where the Gary Hotel is there, that hill coming down there.
Yeah.
That big shop was there, and on the other side had the toilet. You're talking about the late 50s, 70s.
Well, the toilet
60s.
was all the way inside. Well, that's where a lot of the people, when they come down in their canoe,
yes,
used to come and...
The Calinagos.
That was in the early 70s, Ghost.
Well, I saw that. The Calinagos sleeping there.
I saw that, you know.
Under the post office.
Yes.
They used to sleep there.
So they used to come early in the morning and having to sleep either underneath the post office.
Yes.
The old post office, or that time you used to have the covering, they still have a covering of the old market.
Yeah.
People
They
would sleep there.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember that. You know.
Yeah. So that part of it in say what was you know, it was like because people from all over, from south everywhere coming there, the boats coming in their canoes with all the goods, because remember in those days there it wasn't the truck on them 1 ton, not everybody could come down, and according to where you coming from, you didn't have road to go there, so it's on the boat. A lot of it was like I told you, I used to go Soufriere, is on lunch, we used to have to go Soufriere on the lunch. Everything was done on the sea, back and forth.
Yeah.
You know, so people seeing it now, and the progress that we're making, 50 years, in the last 30 years, they don't understand what it was. But then that's how it was all over the place, because, I mean, technology.
We take light for granted. Not all of Dominica had light in mid 80s.
No, right? Yeah, electricity. And that was one of my problems in the country. I grew up in town where you had light, although it used to be 5 watts bulb and them thing, because like that. Yeah, but when you see in the country and it start getting dark and I couldn't see a switch on the wall to put a light on, that used to be a problem for me in the country, because I grew up with light in the house, and when you're in the country sometime, when you put on the lamp, a set of janto, there's a pack flying all over the place. That was my only regret sometime in the countryside, being in the country in the night time. You know, but growing up in Roseau, and you could play a whole cricket in the middle of Roseau where by me there. You could play a 10-inning cricket match before transport come, before the next ride come. That's how it was. Today, you can't even put one ball before.
No, you can't play.
You know, that's how it was. Everything was still rudimentary. But life was innocent and good. That's one thing I could say. Life was good because all of us, in our poverty, we used to live well. The things we used to eat is what today costs in big money. Because when you're poor, it was breadfruit and smoked herring and cod fish. And if a TTV pass, and
balao.
Yeah, you know, even kai and those things.
You ever eat the bolgana, Burgos? Or the pap?
No, well, you see, bolga was a thing. It was misconstrued to where that we used to believe, and sometimes it was too nice in Dominica, because bolga was wholesome food. It was whole grain, wholesome food. But somebody go and tell us that is food for, and we used to play the fool with it. But it used to do good for our pigeons.
Let's go back to the telephone.
A lot of pigeons.
Good evening to you, caller.
Good
evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. Just to insight into your program tonight. Good program.
Bless up.
2 things. One, the crash lunch. The operator of that crash lunch was Mr. Deja. Mr. Deja was the brother of Vilna Lazar. That is Mr. Lazar's first wife. Okay. He was the operator of that crash lunch. Because I remember when my deceased father used to go around the West Coast to do village councils, they used to pick him up in Portsmouth. They used to go to Point Round and Dubla and Kolibishi, those areas. And was mentioned about the road. Yes, I can remember vehicles used to pass all through, like Mr. Leonard Green and those people that had trucks used to pass from Portsmouth going all the way to Roseau, used to pass through Calibishi. No. But it came less burdensome in the 60s. In the early 60s, after Mr. Libla opened the road from Colliho,
yes,
vehicles used to go through the heights of Syndicate and come down to Point Round. The bridge is still there, an old bridge, and from there go to Portsmouth. They used to pass at T-Bay by the bayside,
yeah,
and then go to Portsmouth. So and then in 1967, 68, when I joined public works, in 69, continued the construction of the West Coast Road. And then in 69, 70, when the road was passable, they closed the Point Wrong Syndicate section of that road. But Ghost is right, they used to travel all the way from Portsmouth to Roseau via the Chansinsula Road, they used to call it at the time. Good.
No, you said something there, you know, and I used to wonder, why was it called the crash lunch night? Never used to crash. You good, man?
Because of the mobility, the speed in which that boat would leave from Roseau to Portsmouth. And that man used to buy, I don't know, that's how they used to call it.
The crash lunch, the crash lunch. But I always wondering why they calling it the crash lunch when it never crashed.
I can remember, do you know who bought that boat?
No.
Okay, that boat at one time was bought by Mr. This is John Williams.
Okay, I think so. I think so.
That boat was bought by John Williams. It had a big cross, like a cross in the middle of it.
Okay.
And
it was a crash.
He and somebody else used to operate that boat for John Williams.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good night.
Thanks.
Yes.
Yeah. So Ghost, let's look at the life of the country areas, as we would normally say. We were not using urban, we used to use the word country. Let's look at the life of the country areas. You know, we spoke about the children, but we know that on particular days, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays, and the Saturdays, that people from the further north of Dominica would come to Roseau to do their purchase, and sometimes you get vehicles going across to, private vehicles would go across to sell your things. Tell us a little bit about that kind of life.
You mean country life?
Yes.
Country life in those times, I should say it used to be innocent living, because my old man had liked the country. Well, I suspect too, my grandfather had liked woman. And when he meet a woman in town, because he was kind of middle class, we had a bakery, and I was surprised while I was teaching in Wesley at time. I met an old man, a real elderly gentleman, and he was giving me stories about Roseau, when they came to Roseau, when they reached early morning and those kind of things, what would happen. And he actually was telling me a story about our place, because long before even we were there, my old man had a bakery there, and they were actually, it was like them old-time restaurant like Mapuni and them people now selling black pudding and those kind of things, grapefruit juice. And, you know, I was surprised that he had even known that place. But the country, when we used to go country, and I really used to love going to the country. There were a few things I used to love in the country. You go in a country house, they haven't got no carpet, but that piece of wood there used to be shining and smooth. The way they used to clean that, those people used to have their home, that you could just lie down. You just used to feel to lie in most homes where we used to go to, at least that's where. Now, one thing, if the country people, I used to find they always like to give. And when you're from town and you go up in the country, you're like a king, you're like a queen. We as young partners, Bollard and myself and Joe, you could pick and choose any young lady you want, because you're rich. You not, when I say rich, not R-I-C-H. You're rich in the country in a motor car, but you're big. And I could tell you, people were very humble in the country. People used to be very humble. That's how I can remember them. Whether it's Laplin or Castlebruce, and you know, it's not like now. It's just because when people see you, you come in a vehicle, sometimes that's beside the village truck. I mean, hardly, not many people in the villages used to have transportation. You might find somebody with a Land Rover, because remember how the road was, and vehicles were not as common, people used to be innocent. To me, that's how I still checking it. People in those times used to be very innocent, very loving, giving people, because country people in those days, nothing was too much to give. Nothing was too much to give. I can remember whenever we leave the country, although we going up with bread and we would exchange, but you didn't have to have anything for the people to give you anything. To me, that's how I used to see the country people.
You remembered
Brain, yeah.
Brain. You remember the pie cocoa broom?
Oh yeah.
Why are you in
But you hear me now,
Mr.
that's,
every day I have my cocoa.
Yeah, but I still have my cocoa broom at my home, you know.
So still every day is just at $10 for one now.
I have one at my home, 2 in fact.
I always have every day I have my cocoa broom. Right now I have 3 cocoa brooms because they just get short using them all the while. So one may be about a foot, one may be about 16 inches, and a new one I just buy one of those days. And now and then I will actually make my cocoa broom because I used to have a cocoa a tree at the back of me. I see about a month ago they cut it. Yeah, I used to make my cocoa broom.
Well, what are you all able to say about pipe borne water in Roseau, in the homes?
Again, I was fortunate to grow up in Roseau where we had pipe in our home. But when on the other side, High Street, we used to have to come to Glover Lane. You know Glover Lane?
Yeah.
Yes.
The pipe still there?
The Marge used to be living in that area there.
Right.
Yeah.
We used to have to come there and get your bucket of water and bring it home.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as we're growing up, after a while, in the night time, we'd bathe there also. Instead of carrying the water to bring home, we'd bathe there. But in Tongue, I was fortunate in Tongue to grow up with water and bathroom. You know, so in Tongue, you didn't have to do that. Most of the houses on the front of the street would have water. Those in the Kuwe and them would have nothing, right, Brad?
Yeah, that's
the
right.
Bucham and them.
Bucham and them, no.
Yeah. But we also had pipes all over in the corners of the roads. Almost every road had a pipe.
Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, Mr. Cecil and the ghost. Ghost.
Yes, bro.
Don't forget, before it had cocoa broom, we used to use what we call barley tavan. Don't forget that one. Barley tavan, we used to use that to clean our yard.
Barley savan. After a while, Rasta even used to try to smoke barley savan. Boy.
Okay, let me tell that, Cecil. Cecil, where I used to live in Kennedy Avenue, close to the Arwax Cinema, there was a pipe around there. And I always tell my students that. Every day, Cecil, I had to carry 26 buckets of water to fill half of a barrel. Children have life too easy now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Boy.
Ghost, you think children have life easy today?
Boy, it have children that sleep in and have to go and wash no pee bed in no. All children has do to me on their sponge and their bed they sleep in.
Some of them sleep in air condition.
You know what I mean? Life change, Cecil. When people talking about, although to me, we have all the amenities now, but life was innocent, and because we didn't know it, we used to enjoy our poverty here. That is one thing I tell people. I enjoy living in my poverty, because we never really go hungry because we had the freedom to go and hustle what we want. But life was innocent. And today, when you look back, we actually were eating better than a lot of them people that had their money. Because today is the same thing we're eating. That is the healthy food today. What people with money didn't want. That's the healthy food today, we could hardly eat red beans there. And I don't know why things like red beans and plantain, to me, as though you had to be a bourgeois to have, right, Braden?
Yeah, you have to, but you had your Sunday red bean soup.
Well, only on a Sunday you could cook red beans.
And only on a Sunday you get a sweet drink to drink.
Because,
And eat mastiff.
Yeah, only on a Sunday you could eat a mastiff.
With cod fish.
Let me ask
and
you.
Fasheen.
Let me ask you a question. Did you ever know fluff now?
No, well, it's a few. Where all those things now?
Yeah, the fluff, man. We used to enjoy that.
Yeah.
You ate clean growing up?
Oh, yeah, there was Clement sugar, man.
Cecil, you have to go and get your box, my mother name and them. We are poor, so your name by the nuns too,
Yeah,
boss,
you
and
go
you
up
have your
there.
card, to go and get your box of Clim.
What about your oil in tin?
Your
big,
oil, the same thing your ball guy you talk about.
your corn flour, your bolga.
Opposite the St. Gerard's all right there.
Cornmeal.
Man, don't talk about
At
that.
one time, the forecourt, we used to go down by the forecourt where the old hospital and those things were there to get to collect our UNICEF cream and your buttermilk.
Yes.
Is buttermilk we used to call it?
Yeah, the buttermilk.
The
Yes.
buttermilk.
And see that goes. A lot of people do not understand the fact that we couldn't afford for milk, which is the MILK.
Yeah.
And they took out some things from the cream, I think the church, from the milk, and they gave us cream, which is KLIM.
Yeah.
The river
And
sit
that
around.
was nice, eh? It was
Yes.
very good for me.
You know?
And cream was, up to now they have cream,
Yeah, up to now there's cream.
Yeah, man, you have cream up to now. And those things still they telling you healthier than the milk,
Yeah.
So we had bolga we used to take and we used to feed our pigeon bolga boss. Bolga healthy food,
Good evening to you, caller.
Yes, brother, fireman again touching the base. Let me tell you something now. Both based on the food department you're talking about. What really happened for Jugos? I don't know. From Africa, they will Roseau Central to know, and it's all in Beton and will be market right there. What I find to myself, this time there's not money floating. But I find a lot of different type of food. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what happened if it's the land that change or the farmers disappear. And next thing now goes, you know something? You can remember a man they call Mr. Boboy, the great chef in his own right. We tell you something. There were a whole lot of people selling codfish and bread and things, just giving people money, boy. That man is to have the real codfish and bread. You know what I'm saying? And don't forget about the Jackery ghost. I don't know if Jackery will disappear. Mr. Toots, that was the best Jackery man that ever passed in River Nika. Boy, let me tell you, I'm listening to give thanks for life.
Yes, I.
Yes, Ghost.
You are no boy now?
Me?
You know, Boboy?
You talk about me?
Yeah.
But I used to come down every Saturday and Friday to buy my
Black
bread
Goodwill
and... No, I never did that thing. To eat my bread and bunjao or my bread and peanuts butter. Peanuts butter and bread, not bread and peanuts butter. Peanuts butter and bread.
Like
On that step where you see the Haitians.
Yeah.
And now...
So you didn't need to go in the yard too then?
You're a troublemaker. You're a troublemaker.
Nobody's in the yard, the kitchen was.
Yeah.
What I gonna do in the what was I
Or you could go there and buy too.
Yeah.
No, I only, as I said, I only used to go there on a Friday and a Saturday night, but you had to be on Kennedy Avenue.
Right, let me ask you. Well, there was the
So I suspect Ghost go.
there was the Boboy,
Of course, I used to go in the yard by Boboy.
Boboy, Farrell,
Yeah.
Laye. All these fellas had the what they call the Makoban, you know.
Errol.
All the fellas
Yes.
they had their band, you know.
Yes, they had their
Oh
band.
my God!
And they will ban movie.
Oh, they were band movie. They
They were
grab
real
you,
bad.
beat you,
Especially that Errol.
Oh yes.
Errol wasn't easy, you know. These were the good old days. No, Ghost. Let us skip a little bit. I think we need to skip a little bit now. And the preparation of the Lakou, what did it do to you to be involved in music? But before you do that, let's see that last caller. Let's see what that caller has to say. Good evening to you, caller.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, caller. Good evening.
Good evening, gentlemen.
And how are you?
I am good. Kelly,
Good evening to you, pal rep.
Roseau Central. Port Kelly, memories. I'm listening to you from the start, you know. Oh boy, especially when you all talk about Laye, Mark One, Bob, boy, and all of that bastard. I think, boy, dear, the memories. Kelly,
Yes, dear.
you remember Miss Dorothy and John Dowan and in Fields Lane?
But them people were our aunties and uncles.
And
Pado.
uncles, you know, boy, because I remember when my mother was working, would go to work, John Dow and his wife would babysit my sister and I, and Miss Dorothy, Vilna, Miss Vilna, all of them working at tobacco factory. Remember that?
Yeah.
And your bakery, Mr. Oh boy, look, I forgot your grandfather's name. Your father's name. Anyway, right there, we get in our hot bread and whatever, boy, Roseau, and that's Roseau Central, you know. I said, when I tell people I born Great George Street, right there, I am Roseau Central. It's no joke here, but you must I want you to get on the politics side. When Cecily went up for Roseau Independent, you know.
Yeah. You got 6 votes.
I love it to hear that. He went.
6 votes. He
I
got.
think I'll take that one first.
6 votes.
I'll take that one first. Yes. Yes.
You knew he went independent?
And he
Yes, I
he
knew he
messed
was
up a fella.
independent. He caused a guy not to win.
He messed up a fella.
I
Yes.
just
We
waited
can always
for
talk
when
about
you're
I
get to that
yes.
that area.
Yes, thanks. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm listening.
All right. Yeah.
I'm with
Yeah.
Kelly.
Go-
Okay,
All right.
bye.
Right. Kelly, I wanted to speak about the Naked Fit ban, but I think that part of it is going to be very
political
short.
life.
What caused you in 2000 it was to run as an independent candidate?
Well, you know, says the thing is we see my partner now. Boy, don't matter where you go, it's Prevo we know. Prevo we know. And you know, in the politics long, from Dr. Prevo, and that since Bazi, you know. You had no Bazi?
Oh, yes.
And then Bazi wife.
Yes. Yes.
And that politics long, you know, long. With people like...
Then Prevo.
Even before Prevo.
I talk about Jonathan Prevo.
You're right. I was Jonathan Prevo,
Campaign manager,
you know. But we
right.
didn't have money, and he was a capo fella, done to go nowhere. And people have to tell me, boy, why not you know, instead of him? You know, because how we used to call him? It had
Troublesome.
Troublesome. You know, everywhere we go, I have to talk, and Troublesome don't want to talk, and you know, after a while. But that was before when I go up here, because it wasn't my intention to go up for politics. You know, I like to be on the side, taking my kicks and enjoying politics from my Bazi, Mr. Bazi, fighting with people like what's his name, used to be in town council, our sportsman then. His boys and them still in politics, you know. Baptist.
Oh, Thomas Baptist.
Thomas Baptist and those times there. And boy, we looking and we see, all of we see it, we see in boy, Prevo. It's Prevo we know. Prevo we know, and that have me. And we figuring how we can work that out. But we sat down, and some of them, sometimes we listen to them, and you know, you hear them talking, all Afi, all them fellas there, sometimes you just wonder. So we start to wonder how we can take some vote from Prevo. How we can take some votes from Prevo, and who can do that. And at the same time, I used to be me and Dyer. You know, we used to be close in our politics. So Dyer decided he want to go up also as an independent, Goodwill. And in talking it, you know, he showed me, well, let us try something by him, boss. Prevo looking like he can win, you know, boy. No, I have people at my home that I have 2 people that do like Charles Savre, because as far as they're concerned, Charles Savre mess up Patrick John, and you can tell them what they want. They don't like Charles Savre. So, and I seen...
And the Karams at that time too.
Yeah, you know, so I check in, boss, if them people vote for Prevo, and it's Prevo they talking to, and then you had some people in Pong also, you know, that I convinced, and we had a talk that right where Kyrie is there now, Labour Party used to be there. I don't think we pay crazy up to now. You know, all you do long crazy. And the decision is somebody have to go up and see if they can take some votes from Prevo. And it ended up on me. You know, and we had what's his name, Bruni.
Yes. Bruni the lawyer.
Bruni come down like a little Marco talking. And we checking Mr. Cardo, nothing, boss. Next thing.
But he was the candidate for the Labour Party.
Huh?
He was the candidate for the Labour Party.
Right. But then we know Mr. not popular. And he same thing like with Prevo. Mr. don't to go nowhere. We have a constituency thing when we saying let us go there when we reach Mr. not there at all. So we realized, boy, something wrong. But I'd warned them from the night we had the constituency meeting, because you had people like that lawyer that died there, Kokom lawyer. Kokom always telling you he that kill him.
I know you're talking about. He lived in Newtown at one time.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the candidate. But I say no. I say Mr. No. Oh, you can forget his name now. That's
His name will come to me too.
I say
he
no.
Died.
We don't like Mr. People like Charlie or Z. We decide we don't like Mr. So the night we go in Wahoo office, we are at the office. When they tell us, they call us and they tell us, well, he's not the lawyer again. So when everybody they're talking, blah, 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 and all of a sudden they're telling us they bring a Bruni. We don't know the Bruni. When they show us who the Bruni is, they make the man introduce himself. Like, I am here. And the man come with a little kind of voice. You know, a little kind of Lakou voice. I say in my mind, boss, all Charlie, all of them saying, but what's that? Yes. So the same lawyer, when I ask the question, he say, but you say you don't want me. You tell everybody you don't want me, so I step down for somebody else. So I say, I don't want you, so that you're using me for your excuse. We don't know where the man come out. The man come out England. We don't know what he is. We cannot go and tell nobody. Anyway, I come out, I give a little speech, and they put blows on me. What's his name? Ambrose come out and say, but Kelly, that's not what we're there for. And a whole set of things. I say, boss, we don't take in all your nonsense. We don't want Mr. The man, I mention, I say, when fellas like Angelo and Randy Aaron hear Mr. Voice, all you don't know what we're going to get. You know? So, anyway, after they vote, I go up, you know. I say, no, I challenge him. But everything come fixed already. You know, so I challenge him. I give our little speeches. After I give the little speech, they first tell me I shouldn't do that. The boy start to cry. Actually crying, hey, that's not what it came for. I say, all you see the same thing. All you see the same thing. I tell all you, Mr. cannot make it. Those fellas, Randy, run and them fellas, they rough. This is Randy, they rough. Mr. We always our time. Anyway, things roll. Eventually, they tell him, step down and we'll support Shallow. No, we have a problem there too, because it's Prevo we know. It's Prevo we know. We sit down in the office and we're looking for a way out, because Prevo looking like he bubbling. Yeah, man. I say, boy, you know something? I can remember Prevo DBS self, you know, the pressure he was under. I set up for
a debate
for me to come and do my. All of a sudden, DBS called me and tell me they refunding me. That when I had the one man protest in front of DBS
in front of DBS, yes.
Because
that is 1999 it was.
DBS called me and tell me
2000 election.
They have to refund me.
Because that what you're saying is so very important. That is so very important. In the sense that was the election of 2000. And it means that the opposition, it means that the government at the time was the United Locust Party.
They were running things.
So they were running things.
And the night before I meet Prevo, I meet Prevo by the gas station there. I was taking gas and he come and get gas and he hustling. He hustling. So I say, see you. See you. 2 hours going up, see you, and I cool. I go in the ghetto and smoke my weed. You busy. Next morning they call me. I supposed to come. They take out all my ads and tell me, come and get your money, you know. So that's why I come and protest there in the morning. But all that time I just enjoyed myself. I don't worry Prevo on them. Anyway, it wasn't my $500, I lose. And I make some profit on it too also. And in the end, Charlo win by what?
By 5 votes.
5 votes.
And you got 6.
My home alone had 6
votes. Yeah, you got all your votes.
Vote for me. They would have voted for Prevo. The next day when I pass in Pong, Ghost, all you got to listen to Ghost. The man give all your money. All you get mattress and all you stand, all you don't go and vote. And boss, people doesn't understand that change, you know. I get more than 6 votes, eh? It had more than 6. But if I didn't get that 5, Labour would not have won that seat.
Freedom would not have won that seat.
Freedom,
and then came across to Labour.
No, Ting would know. Prevo would have win.
Prevo would have won.
Yeah.
So would have given Prevo and them the opportunity to become back in office.
And people understanding that.
Yeah. Let's go back to the telephone. Good evening to you, caller.
Kelly,
Yes.
Don Christopher.
Yes,
Don
Don
Christopher.
Christopher.
Thank you.
Right.
Yeah.
Thanks.
And Prevo for Roseau.
Right.
Yes,
Prevo
thanks.
for
And
Roseau.
when just when Prevo can buy, he can sell, but not
He
Prevo.
cannot win Roseau.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Politically-
You heard the slogan? Prevo can buy,
Boy.
Prevo can sell,
But
but
he
he cannot win Roseau.
Yeah.
What was that saying?
Significant.
What was that saying to? And today,
You're
years
talking
later, people are talking about who is buying and who is selling.
Yes.
And
No,
who
no one. One thing I'll tell you, Prevo, he's one of the people I used to go to, because a lot of people used to come and check me for things. And two people I'll always say, Prevo and Gary Ed. They help a lot of people because of me. Because I know the politics and what Prevo doing, and Gary was a partner. I would tell them, people would come to me for things like school support, to buy books, or look, school going to open, they haven't got uniform for the child. And I would take it on my own with the person child or what, and go by Prevo and say, hey, boss, look the situation here. Don't tell me no, because I know you can help. And he never tell me no. The same thing, I'll go by Gary Ed and say, hey, look, this person needs something. I cannot give it to them now. I want you to help. They never tell me no. I used to do that all the while. Just go and tell them, you cannot tell me no. I know you have money. And only person needs a uniform or some books, and they so I'll always say that for Prevo. But then Prevo and myself had that thing politically. That Prevo, after Prevo lose, I think it was the second time when he lose, a partner can't tell me, boy, Prevo at the back of Gardens by the weather vane. You know where the weather vane was?
Yes, yeah.
He was at the back there, and all he's saying is, boy, Kelly, again. Because I used to work him out. Until one of the election I tell him I'm not going to mention anything about him. Because why I say that as going up ministry step. Prevo was going up, Earl was coming down. And right on the step, they start an argument. And then Earl tell him, Pastor, just shut up. Pastor, mem get your seat. I say, what? That is lack of respect, we? And from that, I say, boy, the next election, I'm not going and give Prevo no blows. Because he used to help a lot of time when I go. One thing if him, he used to help. I'll tell you that. He used to help. I mean, he had his motives why he was helping. But he used to help. And I can remember coming on High Street and I heard Angelo giving me blows. Me and Angelo that sitting down smoking, he gave me blows because I put in blows on him. When I put blows on Prevo, it's on him too, And, so I say, what? I say, I'm going to give Prevo a break. And look, Angelo gave me blows. So right there, I meet Prevo. I say, Prevo, you see what happening? So he goes tell Angelo, boss, leave go salute. Because he know I decide to give him a break. And he and Angelo give me blows. He going to tell Angelo when he finish, hey, don't give blows. Don't give blows. No blows, boss? Don't give him blows. Just leave him out of that. Yeah. And from that, I just ease up on Prevo. But then I had to do what I had to do. Otherwise, we would not be we'd be under more stress, because my boy wasn't looking like he would win at all. Remember, Charlo was living on my child's reputation. Because Mamu used to walk, boss. There's one time when election come, Mamu used to walk. Mamu used to go in the ghetto. That's why people had like Mamu and Prevo and Savre sail on Mamu votes for a good while, And luckily, I go up, I get the couple of votes. They lose by 5, which if I didn't, my home alone, I tell you, I had Prevo votes.
How many spoiled ballots you had?
I can't remember. I didn't count ballots that time. It's the election after that I gone count ballots. Yeah. But I will tell you, it had some hardcore labor rights. I can see it now. Flossie, all them people, they do vote for Shallow, Venus, all them people. Yeah, man, all them people tell me, boy, we're so glad your name on that. I mean, they couldn't go publicly, but all of them, they said, boy, we're so glad your name on that, because they couldn't see. Remember what Flossie get on the same
Venus.
CSA.
Yes.
Remember what all them people get. So they never pardon or forgive Shallow for that. So they were happy that my name was on the ballot, that they could go inside there and vote and not spoil the ballot. So all of them, they vote for me. As a, and that was the idea. I didn't want to take any vote from Labour. I didn't want to take. But then them people there now, because they didn't want
But
to.
didn't David himself at one time not decide he wasn't going to run?
No, not he that decided he's not going to run. They tell him not to run. And I meet him in Fields Lane and hear him. Williams, the only person I should have listened to was you. And I didn't listen to you. And you see what happened? Well, you see that votes,
Let's go to the telephone.
Take off his name. And he still get votes.
Let's go to the telephone. He get 49 votes, I think. Good evening.
Hey, good evening, guys. Good evening. I'm just enjoying. I tell you that conversation or that discussion is filled with humor. Just trust me. It's a Calypsonian. It's Roseau. Kelly.
Yes,
I've been enjoying your conversation.
Thank you.
And we are seeing how we can consider that something there is a lot of growth, physical, spiritual, economical, how you want to put it, social. But let me ask you two things. Prevost, as you just mentioned, was a man. He was like I won't call him Jesus Christ, but he was emulating what he may have his own purpose or objective behind his giving. But I can definitely say he was a man, he would consider giving, and he gave without, I don't know what term to use, but let's put it, he was a giver.
Yeah,
and I have to say that.
Yeah, he used to give. I can tell you that.
Yeah,
and
he was.
Hold on a while. And he give too much because he had people around him that didn't like to give and like to take. And they wheezy him.
Exactly.
Yeah, they wheezy him
politically. You always find two sides. There's A and B of the coin. Yeah. So he was a giver, while others were just waiting to get from what he was giving.
Yeah.
But I have to give him his kudos, because when I represented Kensbro, he was our sponsor, our key sponsor. Kensbro, Prevost Kensbro until he's united.
Yeah.
On another note, that's for you. I see you have grown tremendously, but I'm looking at the Calypso arena. Give us a little sip of fresh oil on your entry into the Calypso scenario, because I know when you made your first appearance, that's where they in the old Green Grotto, where they have the home for the aged. That's on the Sikwi.
By boys' school.
Yeah,
by grammar school.
By behind grammar school, Carnival, behind Carnival City. Although the stage was a very just low flat platform, you went and hid yourself behind couple blankets like you were the real ghost until you almost choked. So
I had a costume. I had a costume, boss. I had a costume. Yeah. Because I wanted to come out as a ghost, and I got blows for that because a few judges decide they're not sure who was there. It was me, which was, I can still remember Charles Savre brother and all, the one that used to be in sports, grammar school teacher.
Ozzy.
Ozzy. All those guys just blanked me out, you know. And at the same time, you have Papa Veda always covering himself. You not seen Papa Veda at all. Always have his thing. And my costume, them man around, two of them didn't give me points. You know, and I know I beat a lot of, I take my blows in Calypso, you know, people don't understand, because as a labor right. In those days there, it was Kentish, Webb, all those sellers, and they used to tell me straight, even Ozzy, you can never win by rejudging. And I didn't used to worry with them. Yeah. You know, so I don't know if you want to go to the Calypso now.
Yeah. I wanted to know how much did the yard or the Lakou prepared you for both your Calypso life and your musical life?
No, well, you see, one of the things you could call High Street our yard. We had a step, and that step still alive today. When you pass there, you see them people there selling their liquor thing on speakeasy on the side there. Your Lillian, your worker, your employee, all of them on the yard. Do you see that step there? That was our nighttime Lakou. And that is where we would sit down until a certain time when somebody would frighten us and we have to run for our career. We used to sit down there, take our team. People used to sing. We actually used to have Calypso competition on the step, you know. The only thing, nobody could win picky. In those days, we are talking about from 16, 16, 15, 16, them times here. Still going SME. And we used to have Calypso singing on the step there. And our competition, nobody could beat Picky. And that's where it started. As we go in SME, we met Tim Dura. And that is another thing. Tim Dura, after they did death of Pat Aaron's, or the father left, and they were in the house on High Street, you had two people come to stay there from the country. They were our schoolmates. That was Tim Duran and Glenn John. Tim could play guitar, and he was the only one that could play guitar among us. But then that one guitar was how Nick It Fit started. Then it was about 5 of us making noise on chairs. Tim Dura was the keyboard. Then we met Roy Shillingford. Keyboard again, and we used to come together and make noise, the whole set of noise together. Then we got not Cobb. In fact, those days I was a drummer. I wasn't even playing guitar. And the first Harlem jam, I don't know if you can remember that, Burn. Our big Harlem jam on the Savannah. That big show we had with Lofty and the rest.
Lofty, yeah.
That was the first time we went on stage. Lofty gave us a jam as a young band. All we probably knew is about 4 songs together. And I was the drummer, Tim was the guitar man. I can't remember if we had, Roy was and we're talking about school, young boys there. We actually used to walk from, Roy had a piano at his home in Massac. And we used to walk from High Street to Massac to go and practice on Roy piano. And sometimes if we can't we have to walk back up. Because in those days, they don't have bus running the road like it is now at any time. So if we get a ride, we get a ride. If not, we walk all the way down there to practice. When we come our first jam, Harlem Jam City, big thing. Harlem. While we play in the light go off. And me drum in, and I don't know what to do again. I burn out before the light. And all they telling me is, don't stop. I don't know what to do again. Those stuff, when I come back with our jam, and that's where Naked Fit started. From that, we started doing our little thing on box guitar. Tim had a cousin or so, an uncle with a band in Good Hope. And all of a sudden, on Ash Wednesday, the boy just take the whole band, all the equipment, and brought it to High Street for Tim. And that is where Naked Fit started. He gave us what he had, and we started practicing on that and getting 1-2 little pieces. There's a guy called Tennyson in Kingshill. Tennyson played a part in fixing a whole lot of all kind of cushioning we get, fixing for us to and that is where Naked Fit started.
Okay.
Now, Naked Fit, it so happened that in school you had some very popular guys like Glenn John, Tim Dura, Pat Aaron, Kelly Williams, and we had a lot of girls around us. And I figured that is what that actually helped Naked Fit to become popular because of our, and Pat Aaron and the rest had sisters going to school and all their friends used to follow us. You know, and it's from there we started growing. Eventually we decide, you know something, we need brass because we had Stumpy around us, we had Louis Butler, we had the Christian Brothers. We just decided we're going to do something to give swinging stars some competition. And we did reach a stage where we could actually banter with swinging stars as to when we play who getting more money. We reached that stage. I can remember Chubby and Stars were supposed to play in Grotto. That is Grotto where the infirmary, if we can call it infirmary, is. But when we get to know happening, we call Chubby, and we tell Chubby we don't find that right. Swinging Stars don't pay all enough because Groovers was on the move and had the, you know, it's Groovers and Naked Fit that had the crowd going at the time. Young Groovers, young, energized, Chubby, you know, and that is what people listen to. So we went to Fort Young. I can't remember if it was a Christmas night or New Year's night. We went to Fort Young and we tell Fort Young, look, that is what we want to do. And they agreed to let us play there. So we take Groovers from Swinging Stars. We tell them, we can pay you more money. Let us go in Fort Young. And while dance used to be $3, you know, to get inside, 3 and 5. We decide $5, and we crashed Stringing Stars that night. Fort Young was overloaded, and from there on, Groovers and Naked Feet start taking over. By the next year, we already doing the Queen Show and the Calypso. All when Zay win and those things there, we are already backing up Calypso. The Queen Show asked us because of popularity to play for the Queen Show. We didn't get another Queen Show because Harrigan at the time, Harrigan was the MC for all those things. Harrigan make a complaint saying that when we play in, is a lot of ripe fig skin and a whole lot of peanut skin all over the place, and that's not good for Queen Show. So we didn't get another Queen Show. In those days, the man already turning ras. So you're not meeting no bottle of rum, nothing. What you'll meet is ripe fig, peanut skin, and malt bottle. And Harrigan didn't like that. Harrigan make a complaint and they pack us, but we didn't worry that. Naked Feet, while it was on, was doing Calypso, and I think we used to do well in the Arawak cinema it used to be. So that's where Naked Feet grew until we used to feel just about every dance hall in the country. The Long School in Maho, we used to feel that. We used to Salisbury, the Long School, we used to feel that. Wherever we go, by the time we're ready to start the dance, we're not collecting more money because it's almost everybody pay already. The hall full, people waiting, and all over the place. We used to go Portsmouth, Sandfly in our tail, the old Credit Union building, we used to full that. Until eventually, actually, we left and we went to Guadeloupe too, as part of the thing, because a Frenchman came here this year, they bring us Guadeloupe, we recorded in Guadeloupe the first album with Lawati, and we go through some stress in Guada because it had a little bit of jealousy in it too. We were fooling all it had in thing. That time, Gramax young, just like us. And couple old scene happened with us and Gramax because it not good. You popular and there comes another band. The band playing first because you are the more popular band at the time in Guadeloupe. And then what used to happen after we play first, when come for Gramax to play, then people used to bawl out, Naked Feet, as though right now they don't know other band. It's Naked Feet. And everywhere we go, we full in the thing. And it reaches a stage where we used to have conflict. Because if we play with Gramax in Platasio, and then we have to go and play Meridia right on the other side of the thing. Because in Meridia, the big hotel, we had a steady, from the time we played there the first time, the people decided we alone not playing in the hotel. We saw people like Fitzroy used to be first. As long as Fitzroy not and them not jamming, Fitzroy putting himself with us because he liked the scene and he used to be with us. And certain time when we come to play, as though the man didn't want us to play on their equipment anymore, so that bring a little bit of sour, but we also learn certain things too. We had a whole, but everywhere from Platasio to Meridian, Naked Feet, everybody's Naked Feet in Guadeloupe. But we had a manager in Guadeloupe. When we get to know what he was doing us, we decide we're going to mess him up. Because the people that like us and they would tell us everything and they'd tell us, you see, Mr. There, that man there, that Arab, be careful with him. He's a thief. He's a thief, be careful with him. And they would tell us how much money they paying him. If they pay him 1,000, he'll tell us it's 500.
Just hold that for right there.
Kelly, was that a sabotage when you all was playing with the Calypsonians and Swinging Stars and you all started at 1 o'clock in the morning?
It wasn't them. It wasn't Kelly.
It wasn't Naked Feet.
No,
that was Styly.
It was Styly.
Okay, because
that's 92.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Continue. Yeah. I'm listening.
Thank you.
Yeah. That was Styly. Yeah. So we realized Mr. He taking half, and we still have to give him something like a 30% again. So it's almost like all what we making, he getting a 60% basically, and we realize, and all of we talk to him, he tell us the worry if people is jealousy and this and that, and the worry getting work for us. At the same time, we're talking about Infront Christmas, and Dominicans won their Naked Feet back. in Dominica. And we getting all kind of letters coming to us. And in those days, the CB used to be selling some big Christmas card. Honey this, darling that. Tim Dura leave Guadeloupe, come Dominica. He was working DBS, you know. He had resigned. He had get his job back after. But he come, and then the man come down with how much Merry Christmas, darling, and card and cake and everything. And we realized, boy, fellas had to get hoop well. All the girls in Dominica and in Guadeloupe playing, and Mr. Tiffin our money. We decide we have to take him back. So we get our ticket. He line up work from Christmas to Ash Wednesday. Serious engagements. He set up everything. We agree with him. He signed his contracts. But he don't know we had a plan for him. We play a wedding on a Sunday, a whole day business for some bourgeois people. But then the plan was from the bourgeois jam, our thing going straight to Delgrace. And I don't know if Byrne can remember Delgrace. Cecil can maybe remember
yes.
If I can,
Delgrace, of course.
Yeah.
So from the
Huckster's boot.
Yeah, from the wedding, our things go straight to Delgrace, and we had already put all our things together. Our ground handler was a partner called Mango Long, a brother from another mother.
From Philsden himself, too.
Right.
Shirley's brother.
Yeah, and remember, Guadeloupe was his home too. His mother was a Huckster, and yeah, so he take all our things, put on the boat. When Mr. look for us, we was in Dominica already. We reached 2 days before Christmas Eve. Our equipment comes straight from Delgrace, straight to, it was Barclays Bank at the time. You can remember, they had a club.
Mm-hmm.
A club there.
Yes.
It goes straight from the boat, straight to upstairs there. And from there we play until. Actually, Hurricane David was what that basically destroyed Naked Fit. Because we lose all our equipment, everything, and I believe some of us are probably had gone to dread.
So why one album? Such a good band, why one album?
Well, at the time, the only place you used to get, well, we did an album in Trinidad. But Trinidad, we had another problem. We had a very nice album in Trinidad, and we hear a lot of our music on other people's thing because the music was in the studio. And we hear a lot of our music. And we also did one with Saltone, with Gordon Ederson and Saltone in another studio. But what happened is probably we were a bit too smart and too advanced in Trinidad because them guys didn't know we used to publish our music. So when come to record, they had their own publishing thing, and when they come and we tell them, hey, no, we have our own publishers. I think it was SASEM or PRS. We are with PRS already. And we tell them, no, all our music going to PRS and thing. And that created a conflict because it means they cannot do what they want with the music and they were not going to get the money they expect. So that in itself, they just never released the music. And the one for Saltone, I believe that was called off before we finished because it had a little problem. Groovers was also up there too. As a young band, it was Gordon again pushing those things. And there was some problem with the studio and our music just stayed there. So we actually recorded 3 albums and it's only the one that came out, Diabla. Yeah, but the 2 others, because of the publishing and our music was already published, I can say Party Run was advanced enough. We used to put our music, and we did a 45 with Air Studios also in Montserrat. That in itself was another finances and everything again. So we had a lot of music we put down that just didn't come out.
Why the name Naked Fit?
It's something we just decide. We sit down and looking for name, Naked Fit, and I think we probably see a couple of men walking without shoes.
I suspect you're too dread.
Well, when we started thing, we were not all that. We are soccer boys, if you know what's a soccer boy. When we started Naked Fit, a lot of girls and dressing and that kind of thing.
Handkerchief in back pocket.
Yeah, and them kind of things there, sleek and sharp. But over time, man start to get the same consciousness and everything. We start playing. Well, again, It's a different thing when you start smoking marijuana, the consciousness has come. And and then we end up with our band house up in Mount Prosper, make us more dread again. Because it was all about Rasta in those days. That's why we started the problem with Harrigan. They used to find, hey, this dread thing, their Queen Show cannot deal with dread business and man eating ripe fig on stage, and instead they have their beer and those things. So the music and the consciousness, smoking and everything bring that consciousness that just bring, But while Naked Feet was growing also, Calypso in itself, because remember, while we have the band, that is where Calypsonians or band members started to sing Calypso. Because we had people like Redman, Hurricane went first, Noel, Levi. Because in spite of everything, High Street, our band house was the main band house for everybody. That's where people like Ra and the rest started their music. Because one thing with our band house, we never, if it's music you want to play, we're not playing, whole day the band house working. Whole day it working. If you want to play music, you come there, we won't tell you don't touch our equipment. And we had a few other bands actually when we're not practicing on our equipment. And man like Ra, they're the booyah and everything. Ra used to come around us, and that is where a lot of them started music. Because our band house was always open to all musicians that wanted to play music. But going now to the Calypso.
Before you go to the Calypso, I'll just tell you what someone just wrote to me. Rascal is our encyclopedia. Man, this is real Roseau history lesson. His communication skills are superior. Plus, his life is so rich. Thank you for what you and Brain are doing. That's priceless.
Bless up.
So I just want to say to you, thank you. That's a WhatsApp message I got. Yes.
But before you go into the Calypso, we have left Naked Feet. And maybe I just want to backtrack a bit. Have you any time when you spoke told us anything about your teaching career, no?
No. We haven't done anything about teaching.
Well, before you go into the Calypso, since Calypso is the art.
Teaching, well, Brain,
your art. I know your teaching career. You had a history of teaching.
I think that was one of the best time in my life, teaching in Goodwill School. I think Goodwill School, I started teaching in October, although I was supposed to start in September. But then we used to lime a lot. As I said, federal maple, federal palm, all those times there. You pay $7, you go all the way down to Trinidad. $8 further up, go north. We used to do a lot of that. So when I decided to after school, I think it was 60, in the 60s, 69 or just about there. I actually applied 2 banks. Well, not one bank I didn't apply. I applied in Barclays Bank. Now, about 6 of us, they call us in for a test. Now, the test paper, they give us about 6 sheets of paper. And they tell us the first thing, number 1, make sure you read everything before you start. Before you start the test, answering question, make sure you read everything. And maybe because I'd like to read, I actually follow instructions. And when you reach, it probably had about 60 questions on that thing page. And when you reach the last page, around the middle of the page, telling you, all you need, now that you have read to reach there, all you need to do is answer the other 4 questions, which was very simple questions. So when I checked that, I watched it, I say, wait a while now, that really just answer the 4 other questions. So all I did was answer the 4 other questions, which probably took on 5 minutes. I stood up and I give the partner my paper. The others, they're watching me. Everybody else watching me as though, well, I give up. But the partner shake his head, he shake my hand, and he tell me, okay, sir, and I move. Only to know all the others fail. because all of them sat writing one time without reading. But I realized after a while what it was. You're going to work in a bank and you have to follow instructions. I guess that was the real test. You know, so I just happened to read, and when I reached there, so I was the one that was chosen. Now my neighbor, the Coles Latig, we had a good rapport. He's in their house. He's jumped the wall and we're in their house. Growing up, he's in their house. So after, she always used to be concerned about us, as though we was one of them too. So after high school, when I show her my everything, I used to show her, report everything. And so I tell her if she have a work for me, if she have, you know, I didn't have to think. She tell me she'll talk and she will set me up. So she got a job for me in the Royal Bank. That's where she was. So that time I have 2 jobs now.
You're talking about Patricia?
You mean?
Patricia Kuzdatig?
No, that's she's still there now. No, in the big grey house next to me there now.
Yes, on King George V Street.
No, on Great George Street. And yeah, on King George V Street.
The front door is on King George V Street.
Yeah. So she set me up. So I have that one waiting. I have the backlist waiting. And from September, I was supposed to start teaching in Goodwill School. But Stumpy was already working in Barclays Bank. And he was going through some problem. Because he used to be playing cricket with us on the high street. Then Barclays Bank people used to be playing tennis on the court. Them bourgeois people and those foreigners, them. And on high street, when we playing cricket, it's all your mother, this, your mother, that, and man drinking from those days, there man drinking. And so the other problem is Stumpy as a bank worker on the road with a set of scallywags and them, you know, as though that's not how you're supposed to be. So I use that, and then I use, but when you're working in the bank, you're not getting a holiday like when you're teaching. Because when you're teaching, you have plenty holiday. And summertime, we like to travel. So I decide, you know what, I will go down to, I think I'll go Barclays. But when I reach where Digicel is there now, I take out the tie. The tie wasn't looking good at it. Was, you know, I take out the tie and I cross the bridge and I go to Goodwill School. And that's how I end up in Goodwill School.
Just so?
Huh?
Just so?
Since September, I was supposed to start in Goodwill School. You know, and then I just decide I'm not going in Barclays Bank anymore. I tell Miss Latig, Coles Latig, I show her the scene and she tell me, well, it's your choice. You know, and I just, instead of going Barclays, I went straight to Goodwill School. And I think Goodwill School, I think I enjoy Goodwill School. I don't know for Britain and them was after me, but I enjoy Goodwill School. I was basically the ruler and everything. I met an old gentleman there, Zabadam, John Baptist, always singing church song and those things, and people doing what they want with him. I say, what? I have to clean up that school. People used to just slap Zabadam way, and people coming in the school, and okay, the Dovers run the school. They used to control the school. And I can remember a time I put some licks on a Dover.
As you're saying that Julieta Dover is online.
Well,
she
will
says
know
what she
because
knew.
all of them, Philip, Leonard, all of them, they know that. Even Kelvin, that in the VIs. I can remember when Kelvin came back a time and he meet me and he say, oh, the man bring me by all licks and bully me. Because he tell me if it wasn't for him, if it wasn't for me. Because, you know, some people don't understand in those days that we did not understand a lot of things. Children come into school hungry. They cannot learn. Their home conditions, everything. And I used to be close to my students and them. We used to talk. I probably used to get the most apples and cake and everything, although I was rough. Some of the things I used to do too, they would probably pass as abuse. But when you're teaching in Goodwill School, when I went to Goodwill School, you had to be rough. Because I can remember a time when I put some blows on Dover. The whole school like closed down, you know, because father come in. The no father come in. But Martin Allen had his black belt already. And me and Martin Allen had a good rapport. And he always used to tell me, long I waiting for somebody like you, you know. So the no Dover come in. My role, all of them tell me, Ufute is after me say, you can leave it. Martin Allen give me a piece of wood. And he tell me, just hold that. I dung on the bottom part of the thing. So if anything. So said, so done. From the time the man hit the Savannah, you could hear his voice, and children already, everybody know the scene when he coming. So when he reached the bottom of the step and he started, I say, hey, hold on. I tell him, hold on, boss, hold on, not here. He frightened, because nobody had ever stopped him before. I tell him, you have a problem? You go to the office, not in the school. I'll get the police for you just not to come up the step. I tell him, let's go to the office if you have a problem. By the time I finish with him, I had to tell him not to hit the youth, you know. I had to tell him, boss, you have the youth like that, not to hit the youth. Do not hit the youth because he's ready to kill the youth. So I tell him, no, you cannot do that. Not there. I'm not making you hit the youth, boss. It's discipline, I discipline him, but you causing all that problem with them children. Mr. never come back to the school. Kelvin and the rest of them know they were well disciplined, because when you conquer Dover, it's like you conquer everything. You know, and we became good friends, the father. All them, well, right now, Philip, all of them working with me in the taxi business. And Kelvin will tell you straight, he'll never forget that, because I used to take my time. You know, it had slow learners. It had people, they're starting to learn all when they're 18, 19 and those things. He was the biggest youth in the class, sitting down on the back bench, who nobody would probably worry with him. But I used to take my time with him after school and help him to build up, you know, so he could come like the others, because sometimes people don't understand why children, I used to understand when they're hungry, you know. Sometimes you're hungry. They cannot learn. I used to sit down and talk to them, what's your problem? Well, look is that, sir, look is that, sir. And I had that rapport with them that, you know, in Goodwill school, that they used to respect me. I was rough. I used to leave Goodwill school because you used to have youths from boys' school. They come into Goodwill school and create problem. There was a thing, every morning I come in, I meet in broken glasses in the classes. You know where Patience Gym was?
Yeah.
They used to stay there and send stone to see who breaking more louvers, you know. I say I had to find out what doing that. When I go, I see you have Goodwill school youths and boys school youths. But I watch them well. And I go down Goodwill in boys school where the university is there now. Talk to the headmaster. And he bring all of them for me to whip them, you know, and tell them to put all your foot down there again. That is how far I used to go. Go right in boys' school and punish them for doing that nonsense, and that stopped. You know, so even with Blanchard's chief of police, and his two youths coming to school. Now, one of the things they tell us is, when the youths leave school home, they're in your charge until they go back home. He had two youths, I can say that, and you know, Ian and the other one doing security.
Roger.
Right. Ian was an angel, and I can tell you that. But Roger knew it. If you listen, he'll always hear. So Roger was troublesome.
Roger was a troublesome fella?
In school? Yeah, man. No, he wasn't Ian. Ian was an angel, I can tell you. So I put some things on Roger time. Here comes Blanchard. And Blanchard playing big. I tell Blanchard, you know something? You want to talk to me, go to the office. I'll meet you there. That's the first thing that put him off. Or I can be telling him go. I say, boss, if you want to talk, you come to me, go to the office. That's where we see parents. And the whole conversation was, boss, when your child leaves school, or you tell me I'm in charge of him, if he go off, I will put him straight. And that is your job you're doing. As a police officer, is about order, law and order. So you cannot tell me not to discipline your child if I have to. If I have to, I will discipline him. So we argue back and forth. After that, Blasher tried to catch me how many times, you know, with marijuana. Trying to get back at me. He tried, Blasher used to run our home as do well. Every other week, Blasher have a squad at our home, you know, looking forward. But we always one step ahead of time. He meet me and he tell me one thing, I'll tell it to you. You always one step ahead of me. You always one step. I say, no, it's Jada doing his work, not me. It's Jada doing his work. And today, me and Blanchard, good friend. Yeah, we good friend. I play a thing on him once. I don't know if you'll remember. But where Jolly's is on Great George Street. Every day, that's where he and the wife would wait for the children to pick them up after school, 1 o'clock. So when I come in up 1 o'clock. That's where they stand in. So at that time I say, I go and play on him. I say, what is in there? You know, me and the daughter I was seeing going, boy, me touch me, you crazy? You and my daughter, you crazy? You want me to kill somebody? I say, what? Joke I making was joke. But you know, just to pull his leg. But today, me and the chief, we nice. We nice. Although he never trust me. Once we were at Bobby's place, me and Bobby Coco Cottages. When he reach, he see me and Bobby there. He tell Bobby, you crazy? You think I'm going to stay there with 2 of you? 2 Rasta and this one in it? The boy turn and he go back, you know. But me and him nice. We nice now. We are just, like you see, he was just doing his work. I myself, it was my duty to be in front of him all the while. And every time he come home, we always are with there, but God is good. He never, Jah always make me think over him, basically. So the teaching, after a while, the music is what that took me away from teaching. The music, when we leave and we go to Guadeloupe, when we come back, I just decide I don't think. In fact, I was supposed to go to Teachers College. The first year when Teachers College opened, I dogged that. I didn't want to do that. Because I still wasn't sure is that I want to do. The second year, I dogged that. The third year, they tell me if I don't go, So I just didn't go back after we came from Guadeloupe. I didn't go back and teach. I just decided to put that and look for something else. But I still teach after that because most of the senior taxi drivers, when we started doing training, I was actually one of the tutors, and I went as far again, just as in the skills training thing, to become a trainer of trainers. It's only after the last couple of years you have other people doing that now, but I still used to do my thing in the college, going up in the college and do the sessions with the taxi drivers. So that basically was my teaching brain. From the school, and after the school with the skills training program, and then training taxi drivers. So the teaching is always there.
The Calypso is a very interesting, colorful one. Tell us how you decided, I know that you were involved in music, but how you decided to put pen on paper and decided to put your vocal cords together on what you have written.
In the music fraternity, Levi started, and then I think Hurricane, and then Redman, Redman. So we decide every year one of us would go. When they decide it's Kobo decide, boy, not yet. So everybody decide it's my turn.
I couldn't see Kobo as a Calypsonian.
No. But you couldn't see me as a Calypsonian either.
Well,
as playing guitar,
yes,
and them thing in the band, but they decide it's my turn, and peer pressure, everything. I decide, okay, my turn, I'll go. That's in Goto, as the gentleman said, the first year. But the same thing they used to tell me, how I go in on stage and sing because I covered when come to that part of it, even more than cover again. So I said, I can go as a ghost and they wouldn't see me, man. That's where the name for ghost come, I go on stage and they cannot see me because I'm a ghost. How we going to do that? I make a costume, which is they call the shit. I mean, put the shit, the eyes and everything. And I go on stage and sing my song. But unfortunately, some people decide they didn't see me. They don't know who under there. And I know a lot of people, I beat them. In fact, even with people not judging me, I think I was before Zay, and they put Zay and take me out. Although Savre didn't judge me and a couple others. Those who judged me well because I was good. I think I sang Man that year about PG and all them things there. Life on this planet Earth used to be sweet, sweet, sweet. But that's the way, I don't know if you still have that. That is 86, I believe, Those things were unreal. So from there, I ended up in the Calypso. From there, and the Calypso is something when you start, it almost like you cannot stop when you start. After the first year, it was so nice that I came the second year, and from the second year, I made the finals, and from there, the rest is history. And again, because we used to read a lot, musician, all of it, we used to read a lot of comic and everything else. I figure, and I think as a good English student, because English in itself and maths, those two things there, I used to do very well. So the writing came from the English, whether literature, grammar and everything, and the creativity, it was because of the English in school, so that's where the writing came out. And like everything else, all through life, I like to kicks. I like to take my kicks. Even we used to be traveling, and I was always, even going up the islands, I was always the clown, just do nonsense on the road. Just to enjoy yourself. People used to think I'm not serious, but I'm not serious now. You cannot be stiff all the while, stiff-necked fools. In the band house, we used to kicks a lot. Musician and myself, we are the main kicksers, doing tricks, pranks, everything. And, and I think that's still part of me. That is why we had a radio program, one of the most popular, when I bring, look the other one there, and Sogo. And what was the name, Bern?
The Three Stooges.
The Three Stooges. we were named by who?
You?
No, Edison. Edison, we used to call him the old man.
Oh, yo, Papa.
Papa. And then somebody used to give him blows. And he tell the person, who that, the Three Stooges? I say, okay, well, we'll take the Three Stooges name. Eh?
Somebody's on the telephone. Let's see what that person has to say.
Yes, it's me again. I had to call back because God said something and I will live with that until God called me home. You're talking about the chief police.
Yeah, Mr. Blanchard.
Yeah. When big men in their own little struggles trying to get position and because of jealousy and envy. This guy, I don't know, he just figured he probably couldn't banter with my father, who was also a police officer, Tyrell Thomas. And I figured he wanted to take advantage of his authority, being a police officer, and tackle his children. Especially, he tried to arrest my brother Albert, my bigger brother. And when I was working in the post office, he'd always come down there and hold the alliance, always try to snitch and, try those googlies. But I always remember this guy when they had police week. Kelvin and myself, my bigger brother, Kelvin, and myself, we were doing weightlifting. And the police had just installed a gym just behind the restaurant and bar. Mm-hmm. And we were pumping. We were lifting good pieces of weight. And he wanted to be a follower. He wanted to show like he wanted to be a bodybuilder. So he came there with his little whistling, swinging as usual. And he saw us there pushing weight. So he came to exercise. But if you don't have it, stay away from it, buddy. So there were three of us, Stephen William, the police, or Steve, Kelvin, and myself, and we were pushing a whole portion of it. He came there and tried to lift up some 50, 60 pounds, and he's struggling. So we started laughing. As soon as the guy came from the weight, lifting the weight, he settled, the guy told us, leave, and don't come back. And that gym, at the time, was for the advantage of all children. Their father and mother were police officers. We had the entitlement, we had the opportunity and the privilege to come and work out. And because of, I believe, a situation between my dad and this guy was always looking for some shit, sorry the word, foolishness to tackle us. And I will never forget this guy. We used to be playing down in front of Mary Davis Pier, playing a little football and a little cricket there. The president, Mr. Senior Deceased, was right there enjoying the little thing. This guy used to come and just stop people from playing. Next thing, I don't know if it's the Davis that used to call him and he just appearing. And it's like, what? Bro, it's better young people were playing in the streets today than in drugs and all sorts of negative situations than trying to exercise your foolish authority over children at the time who were just enjoying themselves. And I'll never forget this guy. One thing I know, I said publicly on radio. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah,
thank you very much, caller. Thank you very much.
But still, you'd have to worry. Those fellas had their police. Not too long, one of those I met by the Muslim store. and we had a little talk, and when I tell him, boss, I don't know if all you fellas repent, but all you do, poor people, children, enough wickedness. The man tell me they were trying to save us, boy, from marijuana not to kill us. I say, so you going in the bush and kill man before the marijuana kill them, and you tell me, I tell him I can't understand that yet. All you to go and kill us so that the marijuana do kill us. I tell him you making sense, boss. But then I didn't worry with him because in the end I tell him, but you arrest him more than lock up naked in selling marigold. So I expect what.
So let me ask you, what did you make of Groovy Bats, being a police officer, then eventually joining your clan, your group? What did you make of that?
Angelo, I don't want to talk much about him, My mother used to wonder how me and Angelo lime in, Angelo had 3 friends. His bigger brother Mike, me, and the little Subaru they had. That's the 3 friends. Yeah, and Angelo now, we became friends after his police days, But then is a thing, when you're born in tongues, when everybody come down, Cecil. And like we used to tell those police, boss, we happy for you, because while we sleeping, all you have to be walking around Roseau guarding us. We always used to push that on police. But then from where we were there in town and how we grew up, police station was part of our home too, You could go police station and drink, boss. You are partners, we are partners that's police, and we going in the canteen and drink, and as long as you come in, you're spending money in the canteen. You free up. It's not like after the dread business that couldn't happen again. So Angelo in himself wanted to be like us. That's why he ended up groovy, Because remember, we are groovy. Man sharp in tongue, and Angelo wanted to be, but he used to be more groovy than us because he used to use a lot of shining glare and them kind of thing. That's why we end up calling him Groovy Bat. And he had something about him. He didn't like Rasta. He just didn't, for whatever reason, he didn't like Rasta. And he's one of those, he would go, they start to warn him, you hold a Rasta, you bring up the Rasta. That's not your case. But you'd find yourself going and put blows on the Rasta in the cell or take him out until they had to put an order on him and tell him when they bring their prisoner, do not go. I even think that bring a little thing between he and Sogo had their problem too, where they quave Sogo in the police station there. Angelo. So Angelo had his problem coming from the country, wanted to be a soccer boy.
Sogo fly you see?
Yeah.
Hold that.
They had a fight. I know about it.
They had a fight. As 2 police officers?
Yeah, in the...
As 2 police officers?
Yes.
Yeah, he used to have a thing where they used to sleep.
Yes.
Yes. So both of them are there. That's strictly for man from the country that are working in town. And they had a little thing, and all that is part of the life. They had that thing, they quave so go. Yeah, and I think Archie, that used to be on the port after a while. They do their thing and they cook so go and
Archie Samuel.
Yeah. So Angelo, eventually Angelo not police again. The brother had this thing, or we was calling it in the mall.
Creole kitchen.
So he used to be around there, and then remember ballers are right around there. Is there all man is groovy and things swinging. He not police again, he started smoking weed. So that's where me and him meet. And then we are like, boy, when we start in that same little thing, talk about that little house where you see the spirit come on him there. In that same little shack there. That where we used to sit down and smoke all our weed. Angelo turned, he turned, all of a sudden, dread, I don't say in Rasta, because he had put a thing on his marker sign on his, where he building in Warner Road. Raster. Rasta. So we used to call him a Rasta. He has his Rasta. So we tell him, you not misspell now, you put it the right way, use a Rasta. So me and him, we get close. He always by me making noise because he blue and I red. And we always making noise, but we always together. My mother used to tell him, où est-ce que vous avez ou can even côté et puis où ça vous allez trouver. Well, I guess the marijuana used to fight man for had him, so he didn't have a choice.
Somebody's on the line. Let's see what that person has to say. Good evening.
Yes, sir. I only had two little conferences with Mr.
Speak a bit louder, please.
I only had two little conferences when I was with Mr. Blanchard, when he was a police officer. I remember one Saturday afternoon I was driving a one-ton truck to Grandson with some passengers.
Voice.
A police fly out under the bush, under the cliff. It was Alfred, he was a couple. And then another one fell, it was Blanchard, he was a sergeant. They came, they took around, they talked. They was tired, they go all around. Then they asked me to blow horn, put on light, I do all that for them. Then they decided to count the passengers. When they count the passengers, we had 2 passengers. They tell me I have overloaded with 2 passengers. I have a choice. I put them down or they're going to charge me. But what I did is I asked them, if I put those 2 people down, where they going to sleep? They tell me all they want to know is if I'm not putting them down, they're going to charge me. Well, I was only here for another week, but I just came back. I was going back on Antigua the next week, so I said them to charge me. So they charged me, but by the time they do their thing, I had to go back on Antigua because I had to go back to work. And another time I reversed from by DBS there to turn by the president there. And he tells me if I know that is an offense, I tell him no. He tells me look in the book. I look in the liquor book, I don't see it. When I meet him, I tell him, I bring the book, I ask him to show it to me. He tell me not in that book it is. That's the only 2 things I had to look confront. I had different apart from that. Then I was all right. Take it easy.
Thank you very much, boy. It looks as if we had to open the entire night to people talk about Desmond Blanchard. You know, but for me, he was a very nice guy.
Yeah, leave my partner alone.
He was a very, 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 very nice guy to me. I can tell you that much.
But me and him nice.
Yeah.
Like I say, he was a police officer doing his thing. I was a dread.
You're right.
Yeah.
You was a Rasta with your marijuana.
Yeah, and
you
he
like
was a
your
police, but me and him, we good and we nice. That is one thing. And then his daughter is my pal rep. For where I live in.
Cocoa bottom, man.
And on the radio now, I just telling me can't stop that, my darling. He can't stop that. She belongs to us now. Boy, he cool. He was just doing his job, and in those days, I don't think not he alone, you know. In those days, the Dominicans didn't like Rasta. Rasta was the worst thing, and I used to, you know, I had my fair share of having to put them in their place because people used to tell me, when they tell me that, I know it's what they're thinking about Rasta. You're not Rasta, your clothes always clean on you. As though to them, Rasta is somebody that have to be dirty and those things. But I put them in their place most of the time and tell them, hey, all your nonsense. Even today, they'll tell you, look, Rasta has been market eating sauce and thing. Rasta eating sauce in market. But they have all kind of market flocks and all over the place. And all you want to call them Rasta.
You see,
Rasta ballheads, then they like the sauce.
You have to understand ghosts, right? Once it's a symbol, and the symbol of the locks is to indicate that you are a Rasta.
You don't have to be dread to be Rasta. Okay. It's the same way you have locks on your head and you're not no Rasta. Because a lot of it is about stylish too, because all Marco have locks on your head. I'm telling you, fellas. But I know it's Rasta, and I know the levity, and who I check in as Rasta, yeah. The rest is a set of dread.
So the fellas, they're just imitating Rasta.
Dread.
But Ghost, going back to your Calypso days, people say that you were a great Calypsonian, good lyrics and so on, but they always notice that when you have a song, as though you're closing your eyes. As though they notice you don't like to watch the audio.
You can go on YouTube and watch Bob Marley. You guys watch Bob Marley perform?
Yes, I've looked at him.
How many times did you see his eyes closed?
Very often.
Meditation on stage. You must go on YouTube and watch and see how many times.
I don't think it's meditating, you know, because every time you close your eyes, you forget the lines.
It's a pity nobody haven't, and I haven't spoke for the day. And you see in my eyes. Now, before it had marijuana, my eyes was my trump card because it came from our grandmother. If you watch fellas, you don't see Oliver Grell? You don't see how Oliver Grell head up and the rest them others, all of us, it came from our grandmother. My grandfather had to make operation twice on his eyes to take out skin from over his eyes so the eyes could open.
Cataract, yeah.
My father had the same. And there's a gentleman, Dow, who was in England with my father. He tell me, your time have to come too. They used to call me Spike in Zewedi. So before marijuana, my eyes were like that. And even when I on stage and people believe my eyes closed, my eyes are closed. Because I would be sitting down there and people would come and pass their hand in front of my face to see if my eyes open. And I watching them doing that. It's just because that's how my eyes and the family, the grandmother's side, they used to call her Margot, and it's so she used to be with her head up like that, you know, because the eyes can open. And even when people believe my eyes closed, I seen everything that go on, they passing there and in front of me and tell me open my eyes and everything. And my eyes is, that's how it is in family.
Family.
And it's now it have marijuana, people believe in his higher as be high. But my eyes always spiking Zewedi is what they used to call me.
So why would you have forgotten all of the songs that you would have sung on stage?
No, well, my daughter Kellyanne can tell you what. Not forget, you know. Because I write in the songs, I never finish in right. Sometimes Kellyanne tell me, Daddy, this song good. This song good, but I want to change something. I always get in another line that sounding better to me as we're going along. And what used to happen sometimes, Cecil, two things. Sometimes it would be so nice when I used to have a punchline coming and I see them fellas, like whether it's Earl or whoever I go and sing it on, come in. That
you're busy. You're busy.
Yeah. You know, sometimes when I change a line in a song and I come to sing it, because the first one there, the first line I will get, sometimes getting confused as to which one to sing. And that's why Kellyanne used to tell me, this song good, leave it like that. But the first time that happened to me, it was Earl. I was putting blues on in old grammar school backyard. And I had another Calypsonian that was supposed to come in at a certain time. But he come in long before that. And when he come in front of me, I wonder, wait a while, I wish he already there. But the man come before you're supposed to come. And he put me off. I think that's the time when I sing about Earl Kabouwe and those things there.
Yes.
And he just put me off. But all I missed was one line, you know. Because after that line, I back on track. And I never really, I miss a line here, I miss a line there. But to say forget song, like you just forget and have to go. I go on the last time I went on the Savannah. I didn't forget my song. I was planning to sing, but then it had a thing going on where a man want to behave a certain kind of way. Instead, they humble themselves and tell me, okay, you don't sing in. You know, let our partner go now. They want to talk a whole lot of nonsense. So I decided, you know something? Because one of them mass camp people was next in line. I say, I have my space. If I go on stage, I'll make my $1,000. So I go on stage and I sing 2 lines. And then I put down the mic. I didn't forget song, you know. I was going to sing, but when I see what they're doing and the way they talking and all, I say, you know something, all you'll talk. I go in on the stage. I sing about 4 lines of a song, and then I just put down the mic and go. They have to pay me, and they have to shut up their mouth. Because I can decide if they're humble, I would have just pull up. But they are not humble because I wasn't planning to sing at all. But a whole lot of nonsense going on, and I just decide I will go on stage and sing a piece of song. I never had a whole song. I just sing on 4 lines of a song I had started writing. And I leave the stage. People say I forget this song, but I didn't forget this song. I go and do what I had to do. I get my $1,000.
When you were president of the Calypso Association, quite a number of people, to include Calypsonians, spoke badly about you. How was these things going through when people would have spoken badly about you? How these things would have? No, how would you internalize these things?
No, well, people talking bad about me and Calypso, That never worried me. All I used to know is I doing something for. And when I got into Calypso, in terms of management, even before people try to ban me, Bull, all of them try to ban me, for certain things that happen, and I always talking and saying that cannot happen. The systems in Calypso is me that bring most of the financial systems in Calypso to make sure things working. Calypso was operating where people collect money, you ain't got no records of who. Everybody paying people what they want. That one come, they paying him $20. That other one come, they pay him $50. I don't see no records. And I saw a problem with those people that was running Calypso at the time. Tell them, hey, it cannot go like that. That is not all your money. Why is so it happening? And at a certain time, they decide they want to ban me. But I never remember I sang a song, Who Thief Calypso Money? It's them who thief Calypso money, because they accuse me. And it's after I get to know what happened, I saw people selling tickets. A whole set of man, they're selling tickets. Sell good tickets, and them fellas refuse to give them even a ticket when I ask them for a ticket. The next year, the guys and them, they still come and sell tickets for me. But what happened when they brought the books late? I didn't know that they had taken off tickets, what I consider to be full books that didn't sell. But the man take out tickets in between, and it wasn't showing. So when they come tickets, they saw tickets, couple tickets missing. I wondering, but that's strange. They even send lawyer people for me. But I challenged them. It was my dad at the time. I challenged them. When she called me, I show her that I definitely not aware of those things. But later down, them same guys tell me what they do. They tell me them thing, you don't see how we take them this year. And I say, but that all you do. Then I never even checked that they took tickets from what we are counting as, I was counting as full books they bring back. Actually, I was missing 3-4 tickets, the way it well packed. I didn't notice that. A few years later, that even nearly happened to me again. But luckily, when the person bring the book, somewhere we are selling books, Doubly and myself was up at home on Bath Road. When I go and collect the books and the thing, the person tell me, well, the owner not there when he come. So when they come, they brought it for me. Alex and myself sat down there, and when the guy give it to me, he was going away right away. He just give it to me and he run. So I say, Alex, let me come that way, boy. And the very same thing that happened to me the time. I say, Alex, you see that? About 6 books, each of them missing about 3 tickets. And the man come there and he just give us that and he run. So I call the person that was supposed to be responsible and let them know. And I say, Alex, that happened to me a couple of years back. That happened to me. Look, man, a good thing you're there, otherwise they would believe I take tickets. That happened again, and that is something the guys had shown me they had done. Calypso is a thing. I was accused of stealing Calypso money when Calypso didn't have money, Hicksy accused me. I watching TV, mapping news in the morning, and accusing me of stealing $60,000. All that time, I for many years in Calypso, except for the last 2 years, I never touched Calypso money, the treasurer, and all I know Calypso money on paper. That is what we do, and all I want to know is on paper and where it go and where. But he accused me. I took him to court. I took mapping to court also, but I didn't worry with mapping. When I won my case, he ran away. But as soon as he ran away, he ran and he goes straight in the calaboose on the other side where he ran until he had to come back. But life is a funny thing. He came back Dominican, and I was the person he had to call 3:30 in the morning to tell me he on the road 2 weeks now and he homeless. And I went to the boss upstairs in financial center and set him up. The same one that accused me. Yeah, but going back to Calypso, I guess it had people that wanted to, because I was, they couldn't play with me, Cecil. Even my good friends and them in Calypso used to want me to manipulate things. I used to tell them, no, that's not how it going. Calypso business is Calypso business. It's not mine. It's not yours. I cannot bend a rule just to make you win and those kind of things. And that people I didn't like that. It had man that wanted me to put finals, quarterfinals in certain places. I know it couldn't work. But they used to figure if we are friends, just make it happen. But it couldn't work. And I know Calypso, swinging stars used to have to lend us money to start a season, That is why I will always, whatever swinging stars, no matter what, 2 people. You see swinging stars and Roy Shillingford? those two people there, I know they sacrifice for Calypso, and I hope Roy, until he die, will be the auditor. Don't got no 8 years or not. Just do your work properly. Swinging Stars, sometimes, to start a season, Swinging Stars used to have to give us a loan, when I started Calypso. Swinging Stars would have to give us $800 or $1,000 to start the season. We never used to have money. I take Calypso from having no money, even when we started making money, and you go and people still didn't want to deal with Calypso. They don't want Calypso money because in those days there is a noise, is a backbiting and all those things. Until I reach a stage where I could go anywhere and sign a blank piece of paper, get anything for Calypso and just sign a piece of paper. And people used to tell you straight, once it's Calypso money, they want it. But when I went into Calypso, Calypso had nothing. Calypso was owing everybody. As a matter of fact, Calypso was owing the French bank a whole set of money. They are owing SPAT a whole set of money. And I took it on my own with those guys and say, hey, for the good of Calypso, let us honor. We didn't put those debt there. The others like Rabbit and the rest put the debt, and they not there, they didn't to pay. Let us pay that. I clear, what's her name? She had the hotel there. That was the manager.
Venus?
No, man.
Continental store? Garway. Oh.
I forget her name.
Miss Pestina?
Miss Pestina was the... And we sit down, and I make sure we pay them all their money. I make sure we pay SPAT. That time SPAT used to... you know what SPAT was?
Yes.
And SPAT helped Calypso. I paid out SPAT, I paid out and everybody, we could genuinely know that we were owing. We take the first 3-4 years, pay out all our bills, make sure we have a clean slate, and then we started making money.
What is your biggest moment with Calypso?
But I have so many good moments with Calypso, I don't know. I can tell you what the worst one was. The night with Styley was the worst. But we had some very good moments in Calypso, year after year. You just know it going to work. It reached a stage where Calypso was nothing. You see, like now you're on a Calypso finals, you have something somewhere else. You could think about that in my time. You have Calypso finals and you have a show somewhere else. Or even quarterfinals or semifinals, people would know their thing would fail. But then again, we made Calypso in a way that, and it's not only the leadership here, you had some very good Calypsonians, our genuine Calypsonians, starting from Hurricane to Hunter to Briggs to Freddie Menz. And I don't know if we have that now. But those were heretical Calypsonians, and you had the people who actually love Calypso. In those days, their Calypso was written in a way that even though it was against you, you'll still sing it, which is different from now. I'm a labor writer and I enjoy Tiweyo, Tiweyo, Freedom I sang Tiweyo Si Yopa Boy, And all of us used to sing all songs it had, but today the way it changed, So Calypso, I managed Calypso from nothing when people didn't even want to take Calypso money when we started. And praise God I'll say that all the time, Norman later and the rest. That's why Norman and Swinging Stars is not the same people there now, but as long as Swinging Stars and Calypso, I think Swinging Stars earned their spot, because when we didn't have anything, Swinging Stars know in the end they'll get their money. But when we didn't have anything to start, it's from Swinging Stars we used to lend money, to start. And
what about the construction of the Calypso house?
Well, that is now, after a while, we started having money. And again, you see Dennis Joseph? We had a Fields Lane thing, Alvin Knight, Dennis Joseph, all those people. I was always close to Dennis. I go to Teacher Rose. And that is Dennis' adopted mother, I believe. And he was one person I always used to talk to. He was the one that bring me in radio too, just tell me, let me go Kyrie time and leave me inside Kyrie behind console after a while. I'd go about his business. And I had to debrief myself because he told me, I know you can do it. So we had money and we were thinking of what we can do with the money. Because I used to tell the emperors, senators especially, and we always talking, boy, we always have some old kind of shack, our office in some old kind of shack. The first thing we wanted to do was buy a sound system. because that was what we needed to probably go around the country. But Dennis tell us, we sit down with Dennis, and then he say, you see that thing you're talking about there? That sound system business. Let me talk to you. If you get a sound system, you have to have a place to put it. And then you have to have somebody responsible for it. So start thinking about what all you want to do. And he's not advising us to buy a sound system. He tells us because of the way it is not, if it was my personal, I would probably take more care of it. But if it's Calypso own, it will disappear piece by piece. You know, and he gave us a whole rundown why we should not do that. Senator and myself, we're always thinking about the money there. It doesn't make sense. We need a place. We need to have our own house because Calypso growing and we're big enough. And that's where we decide we're going to have a Calypso house. It took us about 3 years to settle on that. From the drawings to everything, because the banks had a problem in that. Boy, go all you there now. We don't know if all you'll be there in the next 2 years, you know, or in the next 3 years, because it's a democratic thing. And we were able to convince the bank to give us $600,000. That was the cheapest in terms of the QS and everything else, the quantity surveyors. And they decide to take a chance on us. But then they say we're responsible, Senator and myself. And I think maybe Jax was the treasurer at the time. Anyway, they gave us the 600,000. But by the time they gave it to us, that 600,000, the cost of the building had already gone to 760, because it took 3 years to get that, and things started getting, cement go up, block go up. But we decided we're going ahead with it. The builder, which was a Calypso fan, Oliver, decided he will take the chance with us. By the time we finish the $160,000, that was a problem for us to get. Oliver still did the work. And it took us another year. Of course, we went to scare it. The boss, because part of our articles telling us that if at all we have to write to close down the whole scene, the building and the property would go to the Ministry of Culture, something like that, you know. So we actually have that in our thing. If anything has to go, it cannot share because we are limited by thing. It can't go to anybody, so it's supposed to go to the Ministry of Culture as a government thing. And the government gave us 160 to finish building. So that's where the house is. And as the last Calypsonian we had there, I tell you, that's the only place in the Caribbean, the only association with a Calypso house. Today, our Calypso house worth about $1.5 million, the property there. You know, so that is part of my legacy in Calypso. I know I live that in spite of all. I can remember TK. Calypso all used to be up on that corner by the thing, talking, and TK used to tell me, one thing you get in blues, you know. But even Jacko used to tell them fellas, boy, ghost is the best thing. Them fellas there, ghost is the best thing for them. Because ghost will tell it to them and he'll curse them, and I used to get on like a Calypsonian with them. Because if your Calypso do good, I'll tell you it's cushion you're singing. I don't come in and tap you on your back. So man will tell me I this and that. But if you have a cushion in Calypso, I'll say, boss, go and fix that. I cushion you. I win with that. Even though you're playing, you feel you heavy. And I used to be strict with Calypsonians and what we're doing. And so I never used to hear the old talk, you know. Behind my back, they used to talk old talk. Not in front of me. You're talking nothing in front of me. In front of me, they'll smile. Behind my back, they'll talk. So my only thing in Calypso, it has some people that benefit a lot. And sometimes I just shake my head because with all the benefit, they never watch me once and tell me, boy, yeah, you did a good job. You know?
Let me find out from you. How much did the media houses in Dominica help Calypso to grow?
DBS played it part. Cecil, I don't have to tell you that again because it's DBS that was there most of the time. Although DBS had their own problem, like you know with me and DBS, you go on those little brown box all you have there, and when you see ghosts, you see in DNP, do not play. My name was banned in DBS because of what? The straight Freedom Party, I used to give blows, and Mamo had loved me. Mamo used to say he's rude, but he's speaking the truth. Mamo used to tell them that he's rude and he might sound crude, but, you know, I used to put blows on. That's why when Freedom Party, when Labour Party win, Alvin Knight was waiting to hear what I'm going to sing. After all the blows I put on Freedom and then blows on workers. And here comes Labour Party, and I'm a hardcore Labour right. And when I come out with the first one on Labour Party, tell me, yes, he's a real Calypsonian. Yeah, because remember I put blows on Ambrose.
Rose, the shoe? This one?
Huh?
Which one it was? The one on Ambrose?
The shoe squeezing me?
No, man, excuse me. Late, they're talking about early days with calling Ambrose Muto Battalion. All them
yes.
And let us spray and them kind of thing. Yeah, man. I've been telling me, okay, yeah, you're a real Calypsonian. Because I didn't put water in my mouth. I singing what that happening for real. Of course, I mean, even when I come to sing the show squeezing me, my partner saying it, I get vexed with me, you know. Oh, I can't sing that. But then it was a real thing. A friend of ours had Labour right, and she wanted to do something. And she telling me, well, after we campaigned so much, the man squeezing me, you know. But she tell me, the man squeezing her. But in my mind, I hear the shoe squeezing her. So actually, right away, get a thing, the shoe squeezing me, which was a genuine plea from one of our, saying the man and them squeezing her. Something she wanted to do, and she was really under stress. They wasn't helping her. So I just took that and say, yes, the shoe squeezing me. What can I do? I really love the shoe. Up to now, I still love the shoe, even though it's squeezing me, you know.
The last part I want to deal with, because we will be on 11. Yeah. Yes. Just the last part. I know that you're a tourism taxi operator. Tell us a little bit of that service that you give to people that visit our beautiful country, Dominica.
No, well, Cecil, even how I ended up in that tourist thing, I had a partner bringing vehicles in, and he had a van, which he left with me, a little Ford van. And I used to have a partner from Bath Estate, Luis, driving it for me, because I was still doing leathercraft. But I suspect he wasn't too hot on it. So I actually go to my partner, Horace Campbell. And I asked Horace, I tell him I'd like to join the Dominica Taxi Association. He tell me he don't have space. I tell him, well, I'll make my own thing if you don't have space. He tell me he heard that already. Old man telling him that. But he didn't know I wasn't like old man. It just so happened, TK Kentish, it had a Jamaican playing football with them up on the Savannah. And he was looking for somebody because he was working with mussels, and they wanted to get involved in the cruise business. So TK tell him he have a partner. He'll check him out. And TK checked me because he know had the little white van. And when TK checked me, I check out the partner. He tell me, yes, look, they have couple of us coming there and go taxi. I come straight to DBS and put an announcement saying anybody interested in getting involved in the tourism cruise business, there'll be a meeting in the old market. That was a Sunday. So I get a whole crowd from all over the country, all over the place. And we put that's where we started. We put it together. And I always have a mile in everything, you know. The guy working for Mossons, the first year we worked, it wasn't much, but you get in on board. By the second year, all of a sudden, work building up, but I suspect my Emmanuel from Mossons vexed with me. We used to have a good rapport, and I noticed that when I greet her, it's a negative vibration. So I wondering what problem we have. So if I tell you one time, when I tell about why I supposed to be working with you, she tell me, you're not working with me anymore. I say, how come I'm not working with you anymore? But what I didn't realize, the Jamaican gone up to Florida on Mossels ticket, or in pure Jamaican style. I didn't realize when he come back, we were working Mossels was fun son. But when he came back, I didn't realize the name change from fun son to son fun, back to front. So I asked her, well, what's the problem? She tell me about the man actually take the work for himself and not for my sons. But I didn't realize is that happened. And I tell her, I don't know anything about that. It's the guy that come and when tell me, boy, not fun son anymore. It's son fun now. If I don't realize it, I say, but I never check that. You know, and I make her know, well, I was not aware of that. That's what he do. He actually take the work from them people. And I was getting the blame. But that in itself tell me, first of all, everything he talk to me, he always tell me, trust me, trust me. But why you always tell me trust you in everything you tell me? Until eventually we work for Mr. We are making good money with him. I work with him, my Nature Island Taxi Association. And certain things were going on and I realized Mr. is a big crook. And working for a crook to me always having a problem. I was good enough to know me and a good friend, Philip Williams. While he giving us news, he don't know I going in his office and we doing our own espionage. And while everything the man tell us is a lie. The amount of money he get in is a lie. And what he paying us, and then he still want to cut down the pay. And I decide, nothing doing. It reached a stage where we were in Miami, and I hear the man talking about Dominica in a kind of way, because he was with the Jamaican Prime Minister, I think it was Patterson, PJ, and a whole entourage. And the man talking as though Dominicans, you know, the way, it just get me mad. Because I go across and I watch him. And I say in my mind, but that's the man I work in, if none. So he talking about Dominica, as though he that come Dominica and the people in Dominica are foolish. They don't know about tourism, and is he that teaching Edison James and all them pre-warn them about things and bring degrading us a kind of way. So I watch him, and then I go back to our booth. When he come, I tell him, boss, if you have a bag there, take it and go. And don't come back there. Straight like that. He watch me say, what's going on? I say, boss, just take it and go. Don't come back there. You know, because you're not talking about my country like that and coming and smile with me. From there, the things start to go, because if you're not talking good about my country, I have a problem with you. So eventually, you working with people that are more crooked than anything sometimes. And when you believe, you're fighting for man, and when you believe they're on your side, only to know when I go back next morning, overnight he called for the thing and he called one of the our executive members and tell them, well, it's either they fire me or we lose the job working with him. So I say, is what all you want to do? So there was a split. One of them crooks, and I will see one of those days, like everything else, I just always see it. I live in long enough to see these things happen. Crookers take the work and leave us stranded. I don't give up. Today we are the only taxi association that doing work for our own self. Yeah, so I'm going to work for our members, don't working for no with church or for nobody. We're working for ourselves as tour operators. And over the years, I try everything I try to make it work out. Now, I could have been probably, and Cecil, in the taxi business, the man will tell you. First thing, they find people, other taxi people find man working for me, I pay them too much. That was one of the first problem I had. Because when I started that, you can't tell me a man working for you, you making $300-400 and you give him, he driving for you and you give him 40 EC. Man with children and their home. And I find that not making sense. I started paying them man $80. So when they go and work for other people, fellas said I spoiling them. Why paying them man all that money for? A big man going home with 40 EC dollars, I still find, you know. Now another thing, I could buy every other time we need a bus, I could buy a bus and put it because I could make that decision. I would encourage a new member instead of buying another bus. Somebody that asking me and waiting there only while, I'll bring them in instead of buying another bus, which I could do, just put a bus there. Up to today, I have the privilege of doing that. And every driver I had driving for me over the years, I encourage all of them to get their own vehicle, to be on their own. Every one of them. that used to drive for me. I encourage them and help them to get a bus of their own. That is why today I maybe do have 10. I could have 10, 12 buses, and people believe I have all that on the road. But I always have from young telling people, boss, you living on the road. And that's why it does have thief. If you want everything for yourself and none for the neighbor, you can never live well. Because the neighbor, when you're hungry, will come and thief you. Let us try to make all of us have something so that they don't have to come and thief you. And today, my association still there working, and that is how I end up in the tourist business. Over the years, as I said earlier on, I've been again still doing the teaching, training. I ended up a trainer of trainers because we saw people from Miami, Roseau, Norris coming to teach us. Because when I started that thing, man used to be carrying tourists with smoke carrying box on the seat still, you know. Just run and get man by the market or somewhere. And we decide the levels we want have to be different. It didn't have anything like air condition and tour guides. It's when I got into tourism with Penny Cook, tour guides came in, we trained tour guides and air conditioned buses. We didn't used to have all that. It was just anybody. Sometimes the bag of onions still under the seat while man carrying tourists. Or the smoke carrying, the bus not clean, it come down with passengers. That is what we used to have. And we took it and we brought it to another level with tour guides, everything today. So when I look back, I know it was time well spent. From the first time that we were trained, the guy figured what, there were two of us, Aaron Emmanuel and myself, we the exam he gave us, that was children thing. You know, and over the years I'd have some good times. I've had 11 professors at a time from FIU, Florida International. I didn't know they were professors. And when I came back on the thing, they tell me, you know what you did there? That is what students spent 4 or 5 years in the university trying to do. That's what you just give us there. And they even asked me if I want to come to FIU. 7 professors. And I know when I go on tour with somebody, you know you're on tour and people telling you, boss, I've been on 33 cruises and I've never had a day like that. I've never had a day like that. And those things, I had a young child who didn't want to leave me once because the mother, they came with me and the mother told me she cannot go with anybody else because the child was autistic. And when we get back on the two thing, the child didn't want to go on the boat, you know. So that is the satisfaction I just get in the work I do. And when I go out there, I try to be an ambassador to Dominica. I make everything look like Dominica is the sweetest country without telling a lie. And make people want to come back. And I've traveled, cruise people that actually come back to stay in Dominica. And that is what I wish most of us would be able to do. But today it's changing where people more, even the taxi drivers, it's more about the money than the service. It's more about the money and the service because somebody tell them crews have plenty money, the US part of it. And the kind of camaraderie we used to have before and the joy people used to have. Even in the Calypso, the way we used to love Calypso, I don't think it's like that anymore. And even in the taxi business, sometimes it's only about the money. The camaraderie not there, the kind of way we used to be before, you know, it's just not there. But it's the world that changing, eh? So things changing and things evolving and, you know, that's how it is.
Well, coming to the end,
Brain want to go home, man.
I know you're a man that can bat. I know you can bat. But
well, Rose, wait a while. You haven't said you want me to tell you about Rose then. Rose worry what time you come.
No, Rose listening, man. Rose listening. You know, I used to be with Angelo. We go up to about 5 o'clock in next day. But it was always a pleasure, you know, to hear the whole history of the taxi, the Calypso. But we haven't heard any Calypso for the night. Did you play one before I come?
Before you came,
yeah, man, Boggers.
With Boggers you played?
Yeah.
Okay.
But so goes as we come to the end. The information that we got this evening was very relative. Looking at the Roseau as the yard and the extension of the yard, which is including that of the larger yard that is Dominica. It is really nice getting some historical information As a matter of fact, I had conversation with someone last week about this Lakou program, and the person works at the documentation center and is asking how can we get those information via CD to be placed at the documentation center, so people who wants to know a little bit more of not just the Lakou, but things that happened many years before 2000, that they can have it on record as a sentiment, a proof of the actual event, because you're hearing it from the people itself. So tonight, Ghost, what you have done is to really help in making a greater percentage of the population who actually listened have a greater understanding as to what transpired and in the early days. And I really want to say thank you for that. Although we only made up our mind to have that discussion, I think, on Tuesday. And I really want to say thank you for that kind of information.
Well, Cecil, you know how it is already. Since you called me, I'll always come for all kind of reasons. Mainly, we on the same page, both of us read. And that in itself plays its part.
Yes.
Yeah. And like everything, bird.
Yes, comrade.
A lot of them, I make them popular.
Well, we have to give thanks and praise.
Yes, for sure. I know you made Gus. Gus made yourself and Sogo very popular.
Not only they, let me just say thanks to Crazy 2 first.
Yes.
Yeah, Crazy and Kyrie, because I think I'm the oldest member inside Kyrie, now working, because thing not there, John not there. John not there again, right on a Sunday night.
No.
You know which John I talking about? This Sunday night, he used to be on Sunday night radio, man.
You're talking about...
He's not John.
No, not John, man. You're talking about Governor...
no,
not Governor.
Not Grove Governor.
The former police officer, mechanic.
Yeah.
My schoolmate.
Stick.
Dr. Stick.
Yeah, Stick not there again. So, Kyrie since... Well, Goffy was from Fields Lane. It's from those days there. Govey and the white man, again, the same kind of Marco business. And yeah, that started Kyrie. So, well, Cecil, anytime you call me, an idea, I'll always come to help.
Yeah.
And I always listen because I like to hear brain talk shit. They cook me,
Yeah.
Brain cook you?
Yeah, man, them man cook me.
Yeah, man. But we still love him.
Them man make a man cook them, because when they look at Facebook and they see people have to run to make sure the Three Stooges on, and man start to go through right among yourself, man, go through and break it up.
We still love him. We still love him.
I still there. When I watch Facebook numbers, who looking, I still beating them. I watch them. I still beating them. I don't worry them.
Yeah. We still love him. We like everything else, we evolve, but we still always talk good about him. I always love Angelo Allen too, because doing the late night show with him, doing the show Three Stooges with Ghost has been very good. I enjoy doing it. Very humorous, very nice, very warm, So I always enjoy it. Look forward one day we'll come back. We take our sabbatical, but we never abandon him. Our sabbatical, we just take our sabbatical, man.
But
Ghost, I just want to say thank you so very much, for taking the time off, actually 4 hours and a half, that you were able to sit here with us and to really help us to have a greater understanding of our beautiful country, Dominica, more so our city of Roseau. You have said it as it is, and I really want to say thank you so very much for that, Ghost.
Yeah.
And I just want to wish you the best.
And let me just big up your brothers and them, Derek and David and Alan and Lady in Red and the rest, because I know they
the tune,
and all the rest.
Yeah.
And a whole lot of my Kyrie fans are listening to.
Yeah.
I can't call your names. I'll tell them thank you on Wednesday night. and Zed, if you're still listening, it's open for you, the invitation, because to put blows on some of all you smart fellas.
Oh, by the way, tomorrow I hope that you will be at the consultation. It's for the media tomorrow night, 7 o'clock.
I'm a media man.
Yeah, you're part of the media. You have your talk show.
Your talk show,
So you got to be there. I just cannot wait to hear what you have to say tomorrow.
Boy, every day I say it, all I say is, since you born in Dominica and you register, you're supposed to be able to vote, even though you never come to Dominica for the next 50 years since your life.
All right.
That's all. And I want nothing. I live in all the rest for the smart people.
I want to hear you say that tomorrow.
Yeah. I'll come, Cecil, since you want me to come.
Yeah.
All right.
All right then.
All right, Ghost.
All the best.
All the best.
Thank you. Yes. Well, we just heard from Ghost himself. The Ghost who has been involved in Calypso for a number of years. We heard him spoke about this situation that he himself gone into tourism as an operator. Spoke to us about as a writer and his band and those good old days of the Naked Feet. And I'm sure tonight we will get much. What I'm going to do, I am going to do a podcast for Ghost program where I will take a few clippings to really help in letting people know much more of the things that we were able to do as broadcasters tonight. Tonight was a clear example of some of the things that we can discover and can speak about. And so people who didn't have the opportunity to hear some of the information, I'll be putting some clipping out so that they too can have an understanding as to what Ghost himself had. And all the fans on the Facebook, I just want to say thank you so very much for being part and parcel of our program. And those of you also on YouTube who listen on YouTube, I just want to say so much thank you to them. Your final words.
Well, very interesting discussion with Ghost. As you know, I know Ghost for a very long time. I mean, Finchling man, like you, Cecil. Working with him on, the Three Stooges, the show. Follow him in Calypso, So it's always a pleasure when you have men like that. You can discuss the issues and go back, take a historical aspect of the country, as we call it, Lakou. And it's always good to be able to interact with the different players, and Ghost is one of them. Yes.
Thank you so very much.
Yeah.
And I just want to say to our listeners, stay tuned to the nation station, DBS Radio, as we do it always for you. Bye-bye, and God bless you.
Children find their voice to guiding stroke survivors through their journey to recovery, the work of speech and language therapists has a profound impact on the quality of so many people's lives. And today, I'm joined by two women playing indispensable roles in pushing their discipline further. Emilia Michou is a speech and language therapist from Greece. As a clinical academic, she spends half her time with patients and half her time teaching at Patras University. Emilia specializes in supporting people with degenerative conditions or those who've suffered a stroke. And Dr. Savannah Bolton heads up the speech and audiology department at the Chris Henny Baragwanath Hospital in Johannesburg, the largest hospital in Africa and third largest in the world. As a pediatric therapist, she helps children and teenagers with learning difficulties, as well as training parents and caregivers to communicate better with the children in their lives. Emilia, Savannah, welcome to the conversation.
Hello. Thank you.
Savannah, how do you go about diagnosing and assessing communication disorders?
So to assess and diagnose communication disorders, there are various things we need to take into account.
Mm-hmm.
So firstly, it would be whether it's a pediatric or adults, and then we have to ensure that the assessment that we're using has been standardized on the population that it's being used. So very often we would find that if we use a test, for example, that has been developed in America or in the UK, and we use it within a South African context, a child may